or a bit of both. Artificial intelligence is here to stay. The chair of one of the new tech supergiants tells us it will change the world.
OpenAI is a mission-driven company, and our mission is to ensure that artificial general intelligence benefits all of humanity.
And forget the future for a second, we'll revel in the recent past. It's our last show of 2024, so we'll take a look back at this lot's antics and the huge changes the last 12 months have brought. Still standing at the end of a crazy year, Andy Burnham, the Mayor of Greater Manchester, Susanna Reid, a broadcaster and journalist, and James Reid, the boss of the jobs group, Reid Group. A very warm welcome to our panel and to you.
I promised. Oh. There we go. I promised Helena over on No Juster how many times Yvette Cooper said criminal gangs or stop the boats. Shouldn't take me too long. Shall we?
Morning, morning. Let's start, as we always do, by what's making the news today. The Sunday Times and Sunday Telegraph both splash with more extraordinary claims about China's spying efforts in the UK, catching out not just Prince Andrew, but prime ministers. And on the front there, of course, a photograph of Chris McCausland with the Strictly glitter ball. The Observer and the Mirror both lead with fears about the government's housing plans, but the Eye and BBC are both leading with Yvette Cooper's challenges on migration, and we'll hear from her in a few minutes. Let's start, though, with you, and very warm welcome to all of you, with these extraordinary revelations about China spying in the UK, catching out Prince Andrew, Susanna.
Although, does that come as a huge surprise? I mean, Prince Andrew has, as we have seen from his friendship with Jeffrey Epstein, slightly questionable judgment when it comes to who he associates with. So, you know, these problems don't seem to afflict the King or Princess Anne or Prince Edward, but Prince Andrew, out of all the royals, is the one who seems to make those kinds of mistakes.
Does seem to have a bit of a knack for getting into trouble. I mean, Andy, you've got a big job now as Mayor of Greater Manchester. You had big jobs in government. When you're in a big high-profile position, does anybody sort of whisper in your ear and say, be careful about who you meet, be careful about who you're photographed with?
Yes, they do. And that's why this is quite a security breach. I'm staggered, really, what's being reported today. Because, you know, even in my organisation now, people will do due diligence before meetings take place. But absolutely, at the heart of government, the Prime Minister obviously should have, you know, the highest level of screening, if you like, before people get through to meet you. You can be out on the campaign trail, Laura, sometimes, and a photo taken with somebody you don't know or at a party conference. That's a little different. Having a meeting in a government building is, I would say, quite a serious breach, and there are big questions, I would say, for the security services here.
And David Cameron and Theresa May, it's been reported, also met this Chinese spy, although their offices both say they don't remember it and nothing serious was discussed. But James, it's tricky, isn't it, this relationship with China, because we need China for the economy, for your world of creating jobs and business. But also, politicians want to sup with a long spoon because of things like this.
Well, it's a case of be careful who your friends are. And it's interesting, this, because looking at the paper, the Chinese spy's face is faded out, which isn't helpful to people who might want to know who the Chinese spy is. so you know, I'm wondering, you know, who this person is, and they might be sidling up to at any point saying, how are you getting on? So, and that's true of all walks of life, really. We have a screening business that checks people out, based in Manchester. I've employed over 100 people. And finding out, if you want. We'll do our best. We'd like to. And but it's so important to know who someone is and who you can trust, well, and more now so than ever.
Well, it's a story of our times, I think. Probably not, certainly not the first and probably not the last of its kind. All three of you will be back with you in a while, because being the Home Secretary is both a dream and a nightmare for politicians. These days, they have to try and solve a problem way beyond police or public order here, that treacherous trade that smuggles human cargo to the UK. alongside what we've just been talking about, a more and more complicated patchwork of espionage and people trying to target the UK for bad reasons. Yesterday, we travelled to Rome with the Home Secretary, Yvette Cooper, where she was meeting her Italian opposite numbers. And we talked about small boats and spies.
Well, we have huge expertise in our intelligence and security agencies. They monitor for not just risks around terror threats, but also threats from hostile states, from different state actors, different challenges to our UK security, and that's the bread and butter of what they do. They do an extremely good job, and where they raise cases, we take action on them, and we will continue to do so.
Is this a threat that is becoming more grave? However, I mean, the head of MI5 recently said there was a lot of evidence of patient, well-funded and deceptive campaigns, and he did say threats from sabotage and espionage are becoming more serious.
Well, one of the things that the head of MI5 has made clear, and it's certainly something that I have seen in the course of this job, is that the kind of challenges to the UK's security have become much more complex. So you have different patterns of action from China, also more direct threats ranging from cybersecurity or the use of criminal proxies from countries like Russia and from Iran.
What would your message, though, be to the Chinese state? I mean, the Prime Minister met President Xi not so long ago, the first such meeting to take place in a while. But what would your message be to the Chinese state?
Well, we will continue to take a very strong approach to our national security. That includes to any challenge to our national security, including to our economic security, from China, from other countries around the world. That will always be the approach that we will take. Of course, with China, we also need to make sure we have that economic interaction, economic cooperation in place as well. So it's a complex arrangement.
Let's then talk about asylum and why you are here. What are you hoping to achieve during this visit?
Well, this is part of a programme of work that we are determined to take forward to restore order and control both to our borders and also to our asylum and immigration systems. We face the dangerous boat crossings in the Channel, which undermine border security and put lives at risk. And we've been very clear, we need to go after the criminal gangs that organise and profit for them. Those gangs operate across borders, and that is why law enforcement and governments need to operate across borders as well. So that's why I'm here talking to the Italian Interior Minister, just as I've been talking earlier in the week to the French, the German, the Belgian and Netherlands Interior Ministers in the Calais group about our stronger cooperation on law enforcement, and why we've got new agreements in place, both with Germany and with the Iraqi government as well.
How can viewers, though, have confidence that that approach is the right one, when actually during your time in charge, the number of boats making that dangerous crossing, putting lives at risk, has increased? And also the number of hotels being used to house people who've come to the UK without permission in the UK, that's gone up too. So why should people think you're taking the right approach?
Well, what we inherited from the first half of this year, the first half of the year had record high levels of boat crossings. Had that continued, we were on track really for the worst year ever for small boat crossings. Had that continued, we would have had many thousands more crossings over the course of the summer and through the autumn. As it is, we're around a quarter lower than 2022. That was the peak year. But look, that is no comfort when you still have these small boat crossings where we've got lives being put at risk and huge numbers of lives being lost, and also these criminal gangs are profiting from the undermining our border security.
And the numbers have gone
well.
up during your time in charge.
So,
and I'm aware, we're coming up to the 6-month milestone.
Yeah. But the numbers, compared to the first half of the year, we had record highs. We haven't had that record high level. That could have taken us potentially up to 50,000 crossings this year. We haven't had that, but let's be clear, the scale of the boat crossings that we're seeing is deeply damaging, undermines border security and puts lives at risk.
I suppose the question, though, that our viewers watching and listening to you today have, though, is when will they see a difference? People see the numbers continuing to go up, People see more hotels being used to house people without permission in their towns. People arrive without support. That can have a very detrimental effect on them as individuals. You've said to yourself before.
This should be easy for them to clear the backlog. It's about 6 billion to house the migrants, well, the asylum seekers, and dealing with the backlog should be easy. Just hire more staff. Done. That's the way I see it. Hello, Scrippy. Welcome. I promised Helena something. Boat crossing / stop the boat mentions, and criminal gangs mentioned. She said it a few already. Broken record. So then we'll move on. Didn't need to go over Lorky again. I think we're all caught up. Shanna, darling, welcome. This is Laura Kunsberg. The back you can see. The other one is F.A. Cooper, our Home Secretary. Interior, I think, for you. I think. Or maybe not. Your Department of State is our foreign. Depends what they carry on doing. We'll see. Plenty of things they can fuck up. Give them time. Haha.
Or that doesn't work for anyone. So when can people expect to see a difference? When can you expect to see the numbers of small boats coming down if your approach is the right one?
Just briefly on the asylum hotels, and let me come back to the border security issue. The last few months before the election, and we were not aware of the scale of what the government was doing, they had just effectively crashed the asylum system. So asylum decisions dropped by around 70%, asylum interviews dropped by around 80%. So that meant in July, we had then suddenly a soaring backlog, a whole series of cases stacked up. We've had to manage that through the summer. That's had an impact on asylum accommodation, but we do now have the asylum decisions are back up to where they were. We do now have the asylum backlog coming down.
Up here. Also. Hello. Is that better? Okay. Let's see. No. Object. Better?
that backlog and ending the use of asylum hotels, and also saving hundreds of millions of pounds, if not billions of pounds for high level. That could have taken us potentially up to 50,000 crossings this year. We haven't had that, but let's be clear,
Hello. Better? Right. Got a vet. Huh. Interesting, I'm a bit lower. Yeah, I tried to fix that echo. I'm not entirely sure. Give me time, I'll try and figure it out. I will be streaming tomorrow or Wednesday. I might on Thursday, but definitely Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and next Monday. Much better.
The scale of the boat crossings that we're seeing is deeply damaging, undermines border security and puts lives at risk.
I suppose the question, though, that our viewers watching and listening to you today have, though, is when will they see a difference? People see the numbers continuing to go up. People see more hotels being used to house people without permission in their towns. People arrive without support. That can have a very detrimental effect on them as individuals. You've said to yourself before, that doesn't work for anyone. So when can people expect to see a difference? When can you expect to see the numbers of small boats coming down if your approach is the right one?
Just briefly on the asylum hotels, and let me come back to the border security issue. The last few months before the election, and we were not aware of the scale of what the government was doing, they had just effectively crashed the asylum system. So asylum decisions dropped by around 70%, asylum interviews dropped by around 80%. So that meant in July, we had then suddenly a soaring...
Didn't realize it was that bad. Oof. Mind you, Tories.
Backlog, a whole series of cases stacked up. We've had to manage that through the summer. That's had an impact on asylum accommodation. But we do now have the asylum decisions are back up to where they were. We do now have the asylum backlog coming down, because we're clear we need to be taking people out of asylum hotels. We need to be clearing that backlog and ending the use of asylum hotels, and also saving hundreds of millions of pounds, if not billions of pounds for the taxpayer.
But you've been opening more.
So, well, that's the result of the what we've inherited with the collapse in decision making. So it is really important we've now got the backlog coming down, because that is part of just restoring order to the system rather than the chaos that we had. Come back to the issue around the border security. What's been interesting in Italy is they have worked on prevention. They have worked with other countries. They've worked with countries across North Africa. They have seen, as a result of the work they've done, a more than 50% reduction in Mediterranean. Boat crossings.
Hello. Still saying hello to me. Victory! Thanks, Anna.
They've been clear that you need to combine strong law enforcement and prevention work as well. But the one thing you will hear the Italian Prime Minister say repeatedly is, no country can do this alone. We have to work together.
You gave there the example that Italy, who's been able to cut their number of arrivals significantly by working more with other countries. But I do think the question that people want to know is when will they see a difference? And, you know, this government now seems to be fond of giving us timelines and targets and milestones or whatever you want to call them. So when can people expect to see a difference, to see the number of boats crossing coming down, to see the number of asylum hotels coming down to?
Well, we're already reducing the backlog. So we are already on the asylum backlog.
Yes, that's a different question.
So go back to the boat. So on the asylum backlog and the hotel use, we are already making progress and we are already bringing the backlog down. And so we expect to continue to make progress on that through the winter.
But
on
to be
the boat
clear also
crossings,
with people, reducing the backlog also means allowing more people to stay. And those people also will need housing, they'll need health, they'll need jobs.
Well, it also means increasing returns. And one of the biggest changes that we have seen since the election is we moved people who were working on the failing Rwanda scheme that had sent 4 volunteers to Kigali. They had 1,000 people working on that scheme, that completely failed scheme. We have moved people in. We've actually moved around 1,000 people into returns and enforcement. And as a result of that, we're now on track for over 13,000 removals, returns since the election, a big increase in returns and also a big increase in the raids on illegal working, a big increase on arrests and enforcement, because the rules have to be respected and enforced. They just haven't been for far too long.
But I will ask you again, when can our viewers expect to see the number of people making small boat crossings, putting their lives at risk trying to get to the UK? When can they expect that to come down?
So of course we want to continue to see progress. Of course we want to see the boat crossings come down as rapidly as possible. What we're not going to do is deal this by slogans. So, you know, Rishi Sunak did say
it's not about slogans. But Home Secretary, this is not about slogans. When it comes to something like waiting lists and in the NHS, the government's very happy to put targets publicly on that and say, measure us by whether we hit those. When it comes to kids' education, the government's been very happy to put a target on that, saying, judge us by this measure. When it comes to this issue, you won't give us a yardstick by when we could know when people can actually expect there'll be a significant difference. Why not? Because it makes it feel like it's not a priority to the government in the way that some other issues are.
Well, quite the opposite. We've made clear that the border security is actually one of the foundational issues before you even get to any of the missions. It's one of the big foundations, and we've been clear we need to reduce both legal migration and illegal migration, that we need to be...
Oi. There. No such thing as illegal. Damn. Irregular. Thanks, Helena. Irregular migration. So, legal migration, that's regular. People with visas, people applying for a visa, that's regular. Or something's called economic, because we need these people, because they won't pay properly. Funny that. Capitalists not wanting to spend money. Simple. Raise the minimum wage. At least £15 plus an hour. As the baseline. Obviously, pay more if you're skilled, like my sister, and a nurse. Or my cousin, a pharmacist. Or my other cousin, a procurator, fiscal, Scottish prosecutor, essentially.
It's the clear priority for the government in terms of tackling these dangerous boat crossings. There is a history of Home Secretaries and Prime Ministers making grand promises but never actually having a proper plan. The approach we're taking to this is really step by step. We are
Same here, yeah. People worrying about the bills. Funny that. Plus Christmas. Yeah.
Putting in place the things that we need, the agreements with other countries, the stronger returns arrangements, the much stronger law enforcement, the operations with Germany to go after the smuggler supply chains, the operations with Italy to go after the illicit finance.
But you're asking people to be patient then with the existing situation?
Well, I think we're being very clear and straight with people about the complexity of this, because the gimmicks did not work. What we had previously was a whole lot of gimmicks. Everybody promised it was going to solve it immediately, and what we're doing is the very serious action. We've already substantially increased. We've had over 25% increase in terms of the returns. We're having over 30% increase in enforcement raids. So we're already increasing step by step. But of course, this is complex, and of course, this takes time.
What you though call gimmicks, other people call strong deterrence.
Yeah,
now, we know that you ditched the Conservatives' Rwanda plan, and frankly, our viewers know no one can tell whether it worked or not because it didn't happen. Conservatives say it would have had an effect.
The Tories can say that all they want. The courts were always, I repeat, always going to block it because it's illegal. People say strong deterrent. Get off it.
In fact, you say it was a disaster and it never would have done it.
It ran for 2.5 years.
But we will never know.
2.5 years, £700 million.
But we'll never know.
4 volunteers that they sent to Rwanda.
You,
I mean, that is just a total failing scheme.
But we'll never know because it didn't happen. However, you said on our programme a while ago that you were interested in the idea of using another country maybe for processing claims. Italy, where we're speaking today, has started, not with huge success, but to use Albania to process people. Are you still, in principle, open to the idea of using other countries as sites where people who want to live in the UK could have their claims looked at and processed, to use the jargon? Are you still interested in that?
So we will look at whatever works. Clearly, everything has to meet proper international standards. Clearly, something has to be effective and has to deliver results. The interesting thing about the Italy-Albania arrangement, and you're right, that hasn't fully started yet. The interesting thing about that is that at the heart of it is a plan to effectively fast-track cases from predominantly safe countries. We are interested in doing that in the UK, is to fast-track decisions for people arriving from countries that are predominantly safe, where we should be able to take those decisions very swiftly and also be able to return people very swiftly.
Oi, Yvette, what about countries we've, as a country, fucked up? Iraq, Libya. We're also helping settler colonial Afghanistan. We actually invaded Iraq and Afghanistan. We should be helping them, don't you think? Just a thought.
That hasn't happened in the past, so we are interested to develop that in the UK. We think that's an important principle.
But potentially you might still be interested in looking at other countries for processing.
We will look at whatever works. But I think the key thing is to be just really practical, and that's why we've been focusing on the law enforcement, on being able to take out some of the criminal gangs, but also to be able to fast-track those decisions and returns.
On the flip side, though, if you speak to refugee groups or someone like your old colleague, David Miliband, they would say, actually, this is about a historic movement of peoples desperate for a better life. And the only way to deal with this properly is to open up more safe routes where people can come more easily to the UK or other Western countries. But you won't look at that. Why not?
Well, we have always had different kinds of safe ways for resettlement and for support for refugees. That will always continue to be the case, because whether that be around Ukraine, whether that be around the work that we have done on
Excuse me. The Tories totally polarised it. Because brown people. Ooh. Seriously. Xenophobia irritates me. It's not one of our ideals. And the sooner we get Man-Frog to shut the fuck up, the better. And the other 4 reform idiots. Hey, Nigel, have you been to Clacton?
Afghanistan, whether that be on Hong Kong, all of that's important. So all countries should do their bit to help those who have fled persecution and conflict. But whatever you do on that side, unless you go after the criminal gangs, then this kind of smuggling and trafficking will continue, because the gangs have a criminal industry. They will just advertise for more places. So therefore, that's why I think you've got to go after the criminal gangs in order to deal with this.
Even one of your own ministers said it was like whack-a-mole. You know, you take out a gang somewhere and they...
Boat crossings / stop the boats. 8 mentions. Criminal gangs. 6. Plus illicit financing. 1 mention. So, broken record. Change your tune.
Pop up somewhere else. So are you really confident that law enforcement alone and returns is going to actually solve this problem in an effective way and make a big difference? Because you've got critics on the left and right who say what you're putting forward, fine, that's what everybody would want to do. You want to enforce the law, you want to work with other countries. But what you're putting forward is not radical enough to tackle a problem of this scale.
Well, if you go back six years or so, there were barely any boat crossings across the Channel. Since then, an entire criminal industry has grown up along our border, organising these boats, bringing in these flimsy plastic boats from China or Turkey or across the continent, supplying the engines, huge financial money networks that they use in order to take the payments for it. This is a criminal industry. They've got advertising online, on TikTok, on Facebook and so on. That criminal industry has grown up in the space of 6 years and been allowed to take hold. We should not be allowing those gangs to get away with it. And that's why I do think very strongly it is right to be going after those criminal gangs, not to just shrug our shoulders and say, oh well, the criminal organised smuggler gangs will always be with us and therefore we should do nothing. We have a responsibility, a moral responsibility, to go after those gangs who are putting lives at risk. When you see these flimsy boats, the way that it's women and kids who get put in the middle of the boat, so when the boat folds, they are the people who get crushed, who end up drowning. This incredibly dangerous boats in the Channel, and it undermines our our border security. So I do believe we have to go after the criminal gangs. You'll hear the Prime Minister Keir Starmer will talk about the work that he did when he was the Director of Public Prosecutions to go after the terrorist
and
gangs.
I don't think there's a single person watching who would think that you should just let the gangs do this. But do you really think that you can end that trade once and for all?
So I do believe that you can tackle this trade of organised gangs, and partly because what I've seen through the talking to other countries, the work that we've done looking at France, Germany, the visit to Iraq as well, actually I think our law enforcement across borders has been far, far too weak. You can see all kinds of different areas where we could be operating much more strongly between us.
Just one final question, if I may, because it's the first time we've spoken to you since the election, and you're one of the few government ministers who's gone back into government. You'd done it before. I think it's fair to say it's been quite a bumpy time. Would it have been better if more of your colleagues had had experience in government like you?
If you're asking me, would it have been better if we hadn't had 14 years in opposition, then yes, I strongly agree with you, and then more people would have had recent experience, because 14 years of opposition.
What a daft question. What a better questions, if you please. Christ. Interviewer of the year, apparently. Nah.
Has been a tough period. What it also means, though, is I do think we have inherited actually is a much more difficult situation than in 97 when I was first elected. A lot of damage had been done in 97, but that is nothing compared to really the damage, the chaos really throughout the system, damage to the economy, to the public finances, the scale of damage to the public finances and to our public services. We've seen it in policing, but the NHS, I see in my own constituency, the huge damage to the NHS. That is a challenge to deal with that. That leads to much more serious challenges than I think we faced last time round. But that's why I think we've been so determined to move at such pace over the last 6 months.
Yvette Cooper, thank you so much for speaking to us today.
Thanks, Laura.
Well, her
boat crossing / stop the boats. 10 mentions. Here we go. Criminal gangs. 14 plus 3 mentions. Illicit financing, illegal funding, essentially. So, holy fuck. Come on. Manage. Anyway. There we go. Anything else? Huh? Let's see. Ah, there we go. I don't know.
Fucking neoliberalism. Fucking neoliberalism. Fucking neoliberalism. Fucking neoliberalism.
I'm actually very right wing, and I loved it.
Fucking neoliberalism.
There we go. Any suggestions? Let's see. Oops.
Big thank you to Nebula for sponsoring this video. This is the story of the man behind the most remarkable discovery. One of the greatest minds the world of physics had seen for years.
We were used to joke that this guy's either going to Stockholm or he's going to jail.
It seemed...
Welcome in, Paul Fletcher. Welcome. I've been meaning to do these three. Should be fun.
That Hendrik Schön had been so far ahead of his rivals for a very simple reason.
Refill for juice. Back in a minute. Much better. Shall we?
This is the Nobel Museum in Stockholm, Sweden. It's a surprisingly small building, and it's not actually where they give out the awards. That would be the Stockholm Concert Hall. But it is the public face of the Nobel Foundation, and the only comprehensive showcase of all 597 prizes that have been given out to 950 winners, since the very first ceremony was held all the way back in 1901. Alfred Nobel, better known as the inventor of dynamite.
Please deal with this. It does keep happening. It's a YouTube thing. I just get it in beer it.
Was an absurdly wealthy Swedish businessman who died in 1895. In his will, he laid out his wishes to establish a yearly prize fund for the greatest human achievements in 5 categories: physics, chemistry, medicine, literature, and world peace. You can make the case, and many already have, that these categories are a bit arbitrary and leave certain obvious fields unrepresented. Well, these were the ones in his will, so that's just how it is. Unless you're the Swedish National Bank, and then you can just declare a new prize in economics in 1968, and everyone will be a little bit annoyed at you. The Nobel Prize isn't the end-all be-all of human achievement. Plenty of other awards exist to celebrate the fields not covered by the 6 categories, not to mention the thousands of deserving nominations that don't go on to win. But there's some sort of innate satisfaction that comes from having this universally respected institution that can take a snapshot of our progress as a species year after year. In 1901, the first award in physics went to one guy who happened to discover something he called X-rays. And 5 years ago, a team of thousands measured gravitational waves from the collision of 2 black holes 1.3 billion years old. Jan Hendrik Schoen never won a Nobel Prize. In fact, it's impossible to know if Hendrik Schoen was even nominated. Nominations for the prizes are kept secret, with only nominations older than 50 years being publicly listed. The most up-to-date version of the archive only includes nominations as recent as 1966. And even for just the first 65 years of the prize's existence, that's a total of 22,240 nominations. If Hendrik were to have been nominated, it most likely would have been in 2001 or 2002, which means we won't know for sure for another 32 years. Of course, this video isn't about a Nobel Prize. In September of 2002, 1 month before the winners are traditionally announced, Jan Hendrik Schoen is fired from his job. A little less than 2 years later, he'll lose his PhD. This is the story of the most blatant and egregious case of academic fraud in all of modern physics. Jan Hendrik Schoen was born in August of 1970 in northwestern Germany. As a young adult, he attended the University of Constance on the German-Swiss border, and in 1993 he received the equivalent of a combination bachelor's and master's degree in the field of physics, with a specialization in electronics. As is common after graduation, Hendrik was offered to work on a PhD which he would eventually graduate with in 1997. Constance is a well-respected institution, and slackers who are just looking for a fancy piece of paper don't last long. As a student, Hendrik was seen as a solid worker, but by no means as a genius. He was intelligent and had a keen sensitivity to others' results and expectations, but he was not brilliantly creative. When it came down to it, he would follow textbooks to the letter. He was quiet, contemplative, and when faced with a confrontation or disagreement, he wouldn't put up much of a fuss. He was not the ambitious mind you'd normally associate with other famous innovators of science. This hardly paints the picture of a man who would take the academic world by storm in 5 short years. So let me be clear. He got lucky. He got absurdly lucky. The reason Hendrik got any attention at all is because he just so happened to be at the right places, at the right times, with just the right people. We're going to talk about what his work was eventually, but before we do, it's necessary to establish some historical context. I think you'll find that Hendrik fits the statistical profile of a Nobel Prize winner disturbingly well. With 597 prizes and 950 total winners, you have a massive amount of data that can provide some truly fascinating insights into our technological breakthroughs of the last century. Take this 2010 study, for instance. This trend shows you how academic dominance shifted from Europe to the US over time. Turns out when you spend more of your GDP on research funding, you tend to get more Nobel Prizes. But also because post-World War II, many of the most successful German scientists were poached by the US government to run agencies like NASA and head up departments at universities. So what I'm gathering is that if you're planning on winning a Nobel...
Boo. Fuck off. Operation P. Boo.
Nobel anytime soon, you should A, be born/educated in Germany, and B, work in the United States. Guess who checks both of those boxes? What about age? Hendrik would have been 31 in 2002, and not a single category has an average winner's age of less than 50. There's no way he would have been considered that early into his career, right? Like, he wasn't even 5 years away from being done his PhD. Well, there are some exceptions that nudge this into the realm of possibility. Only 3 people have ever won in their 20s. 2 for peace, 1 for physics. This dot right here is Sir William Lawrence Bragg, winner of the 1915 prize for his work on X-ray crystallography. He was 25. To put that into perspective, if right out of high school you got a bachelor's, a master's, and a PhD in the standard 4 to 4-year cycles, without taking any breaks, you'd be 27. Of course, it would be misleading if I didn't mention that he was awarded alongside his father, William Henry Bragg, who was literally a fellow of the Royal Society by that point, which is like the equivalent of being knighted for being smart.
That is the Royal Society here in Britain. If you've been nominated and inducted into that, you are at the top of your science. One of my former lecturers is there now. Well done. virology, essentially. He worked in creating the lab for Ebola. The man is a genius. Damn, how old is he? He's only a few years older than me. 50, maybe 10 years? 55? Between 55 and 60? Whoopee! Hello. Still trying to get this fixed. Hope everyone can cope though. We are watching Bobby Broccoli. Huh. Shall we?
Not to take away from Bragg Jr.'s impressive later career, but let's call this one an outlier. The second youngest winner for physics is actually a four-way tie at age, wow, look at that, 31. That's pretty interesting. That tie is held by, in chronological order, Werner Heisenberg, yes, that Heisenberg, Paul Dirac, Carl D. Anderson, and Xiangdao Li. So clearly a Nobel at age 31 is within the realm of
Lee is the only one I don't know about. The other three, obviously. Well, everyone knows about Heisenberg and Dirac, obviously.
possibility, right? Unfortunately, it's not that cut and dry. The real question is, how long did it take between their prize-winning work and their actual award? The Nobel Foundation is notorious for belatedly giving out awards on the timescale of decades. The record, from what I was able to find, was a wait of 55 years for Francis Peyton-Roux's breakthrough in cancer research. Recently, the awards have been so retroactive that the record for the oldest laureate has been broken in back-to-back years, with Arthur Ashkin at 96 and John B. Goodenough at 97. So what about our young winners? Heisenberg had a 3-year wait, Dirac 5 years, Anderson 3 years, and let's throw in Bragg Jr., who also had a brisk 2-year wait. Now compare this to the average wait time across physics, chemistry, and medicine, 15 years. Just because the average is high doesn't mean exceptions can't happen. We just saw 5 solid examples of people doing their prize-winning work in their late 20s. Wait, sorry, did I forget one? Oh yeah, Lee. 0 years. He got the award the same year he published. There's no minimum waiting period. As long as the scientific community views your results as significant and innovative, you're up for consideration. Hendrik's publications first gained significant traction in early 2000 and ramped up considerably throughout 2001. He wasn't just making headlines for a bunch of nerds, he was making headlines in the New York Times. So him getting the award in 2002 is well within the realm of possibility. Of course, he wouldn't be getting it alone. Hendrik wasn't a lone wolf, and contrary to what we grew up learning, science is rarely pushed forward by lone visionaries. The Da Vincis, the Galileos, the Newtons, even the Einsteins. Unfortunately, the structure of the Nobel Prizes encourages a false perception. In the 21st century, science is a far more collaborative endeavor. Controversially, they refuse to give out awards posthumously, leading to situations where key contributors, who happen to have passed away, are left as nothing more than footnotes in the history books. And of course, awards can only be given out to 1, 2, or 3 individuals, never more than 3. This inevitably leads to some difficult and controversial choices as the years go on, as deciding how credit should be shared and between whom is hotly debated. Literature has almost exclusively been awarded to a single person, but the sciences have overwhelmingly been awarded to groups of 2 and 3 as the decades have marched on. So yeah, Hendrik wouldn't be getting sole credit. He'd be sharing it with these 2. Jan Hendrik Schoen, the Wonder Kid, the man with the magic touch. Then you have Christian Klock, the chemist. Finally, the one who lends the whole group legitimacy, Bertram Betlog, the supervisor, the trusted name. These 3 would have been a shoo-in for the 2002 prize. After all, they were co-authors on more than 70 of Hendrik's early papers. Now obviously, the elephant in the room here is that you know the ending to this story. I already told you he gets caught. Surely the Nobel Committee would know better than to nominate someone who would later come out as a fraudster. But the Nobel Committees, although we like to think of them as infallible, are still made up of just 6, typically Swedish, humans. And humans have a history of, occasionally, making mistakes. Take Enrico Fermi's prize from 1938. Now Fermi, quite deservingly, is remembered as a giant of the field. He created the first nuclear reactor, theorized the neutrino, and wound up having an entire class of particles named after him. But his Nobel Prize, awarded for the creation of what we now call plutonium, turned out to be a mistake. He hadn't made plutonium at all. He actually demonstrated nuclear fission. His new element was actually a combination of smaller elements like barium and krypton. You also have Johann Fibiger's win in 1926 for medicine, when his theory that ringworms were causing cancer in rats was found to be incorrect. It was actually a lack of vitamin A that was causing the cancer. Of course, these two are rather benign examples. The 1949 prize for medicine was awarded to Antonio Igaz Moines, widely known as the father of the lobotomy, a procedure that was often administered without consent of the patient and is now illegal in most countries. The Nobel Committee is not without fault, and a premature award for falsified work would be far from the ceremony's most controversial. Oh wow, you hear that? It's the audience participation round. I've prepared some graphs of my own, and you, the audience, have to fill in the blanks. I went and manually did.
Prepare yourselves. This bit is grim.
Did a Control F search on the Wikipedia entry for every Nobel laureate. All 950. I did that. I hated it. It sucked. And I recorded how many times a certain word appeared on their pages. Can you guess what word Francis Crick, Winston Churchill, and William Shockley all have in common? If you guessed pizza, you'd be wrong. The word is eugenics! Haha, yikes. Alright, moving on. I searched all the Nobel laureates and recorded the most common first names. What do you think the top 5 most common first names for a Nobel laureate are? Feel free to pause and take a guess. Here's a hint. It's probably a name a white guy would have. In 5th place, we have Richard, with a grand total of 15. We have a near tie for 3rd and 4th between Paul and William, depending on whether you think it's fair to count Bragg Sr. and Bragg Jr. as different Williams. In 2nd place, we have Robert, pulling ahead in the 1990s. And yes, I counted Bob Dylan because Robert is his birth name. Now, the one you've all been waiting for. We get a new laureate with this name approximately once every 3 years for a grand total of 31 Johns. Because Johns are special people. You remember how I mentioned Hendrik just happened to be at the right place at the right time? That's because in the final year of his PhD thesis, his supervisor offered him an internship that would change his life forever. So where was this internship? Well, I've got a question for you. What university do you think has the record for the most Nobel Prize winning alumni, postdocs, and professors? Go ahead, name a school. Better yet, name 3 schools. I guarantee you, one of them breaks the top 3. Top of the list with a commanding lead is Harvard. Makes sense, it's well known for a reason. The only one even in the same galaxy as Harvard, we have the University of Cambridge. Then a little further down we have Berkeley. Going further down than that, the spread becomes way more dense. We've got Chicago, MIT, Columbia, Stanford, Caltech, Oxford, Princeton, Yale, all of the other famous names that you grew up hearing as the dream schools for protagonists in high school dramas. Now I have a much trickier question for you. Ignoring all universities, ignoring all colleges, all publicly funded government institutions, what commercial research lab do you think has the most Nobel Prizes? That means which for-profit, owned by a big business, lab whose job it is to make money. I'm willing to bet 95% of you have no idea, assuming you haven't looked at the section titles. Please don't do that. I'm trying to be dramatic. There's a reason why all the top spots are universities. Universities are where passionate researchers go to study the questions that no business wants answered. If it's not a product...
I know the answer, and I didn't cheat. But I'm an nerd. Plus I've got friends who work in that sector.
investors aren't going to fund it. Nobel Prizes are awarded to celebrate the massive strides humanity makes into the unknown. And the unknown isn't exactly something you can package up and sell at a Best Buy. There is one major exception to the rule though. One place where the best and brightest minds were paid a salary to do research with no clear financial payoff. This is Bell Labs. These days its full title is Nokia Bell Labs, but it's gone by several other names and just as many owners throughout its history. Bell Labs Innovations, AT&T Bell Laboratories, and first and foremost, Bell Telephone Laboratories. You may be thinking, wait, does that mean? Yeah, Bell Telephone Labs was named after none other than Alexander Graham Bell, the inventor, the first man to patent the telephone. That's a whole scandal on its own, but probably best left for another time. He founded the American Bell Telephone Company in 1877, and through a bunch of convoluted business decisions to drive down their tax rate, eventually came to be known as American Telephone and Telegraph. You know it as AT&T, which went on to found Bell Labs in 1925 as its research and development branch. After the telephone, Alexander Graham Bell himself actually had very limited involvement in the technology giant he gave birth to, and eventually fucked off to Nova Scotia to mess around with hydrofoils, solar panels, and eugenics. Yep. Now, as its many name changes suggest, Bell Labs very quickly grew beyond the narrow focus of telephones. After all, when you're...
Yes, nice one. Scottish person, eugenicist. Sorry. And yes, basically the father of AT&T.
Parent company controls almost all of the telephone lines for the entirety of the United States and Canada, and is the largest technological monopoly the world has ever seen, and was only brought down by the largest antitrust lawsuit ever administered by the US Department of Justice. You tend to have a lot of money to throw at R&D.
The American government basically took a big fuck off hammer to them. Some ways good, some ways bad. But yeah, one of the largest antitrust procedures that the US government ever done. They must have been crying at AT&T. No. I'm not entirely sure how many Taco Bells there is. Probably a few. There is 6 here in the UK. 1 in Scotland. So no, it's not exactly large. My sister loves Taco Bell. I don't. Give me my KFC.
15 employees of Bell Labs have won a combined 9 Nobel Prizes, 8 in physics, 1 in chemistry. To put that in context, of the 213 laureates who've won for physics, 6.6% have some sort of tie to Bell Labs. There's even a bit of a rounding error depending on how you count John Bardeen, who is one of only 4 people in history to win 2 Nobel Prizes. These achievements range from math-intensive theoretical models to fundamental inventions that dragged us into the 21st century. Did you know that it was 2 Bell Labs employees who recorded the first evidence of the Big Bang? And you can thank these 2 for the invention of the CCD sensor, the first ever digital photo sensor that was essential to the creation of digital cameras. Of course, as I've already said multiple times, the Nobel Prizes fall short due to their focus on the natural sciences, and often underrepresent engineering and computer science. I'd argue that many of Bell Labs' most famous inventions, the ones you're most likely to recognize, are the ones that didn't win the Nobel Prize. C, C++, and Unix, they're all invented here. Stereo sound, Bell Labs. The decibel unit, named after their founder. Solar cells, cell phone towers, the laser. Okay, not actually the very first laser, but Ali Javan proposed and helped build the now iconic red helium neon laser. I've left a ton of important milestones out, particularly in the realm of telecom and signal processing. The techniques they invented back in the telephone days have just continued to be scaled up into the era of fiber optics. And they're a large part of why your internet is measured in megabytes per second and not kilobytes. Bell Labs had become such a powerhouse of invention that by 1999, Bell Labs was applying for more than 6 patents a day and earning as many as 4. There was, no joke, a digital patent clock in the front lobby of its New Jersey HQ that kept ticking up day by day. You know what? Here's every award they've ever won, just all on screen. None of these are jokes, like they've literally won an Oscar, a Grammy, and 3 technology Emmys. All of this is to say is that if Bell Labs claimed they discovered something new, academia listened. I've left one invention for last though because it's central to telling the rest of our story. Bell Labs' first ever Nobel went to 3 men, John Bardeen, Walter Brattain, and William Shockley. Wait, where do I recognize that name from? Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, I should have known. It was in 1956 for the world-changing invention of the transistor. Their Nobel was a little belated, by almost a decade actually, but it was quickly becoming clear that the transistor had transformed the way we as a society were going to function. You've almost certainly heard the word before, transistor. But what is it? What does it do? Well, its most basic definition is a 3-terminal device used to amplify or switch electronic signals, which I imagine doesn't clear much up. So, think of a 2-terminal device like a light bulb. You hook it up to a battery, complete the circuit. Now electrons can flow in and out of the bulb, heating up the filament and producing light. Easy. But what if we wanted to switch the flow on and off? We want to add in a valve, a 3rd terminal that can shut the flow of electrons on and off. Of course, if it's a light bulb we're talking about, just add a light switch, a simple mechanical solution. But what if you're making a Wi-Fi router? Like if you wanted to send digital 1s and 0s at gigabit speeds. Are you really going to flick that switch a billion times a second? See, a mechanical solution isn't going to cut it here. We need something way faster. And that's where the transistor comes in. It's a device that turns off depending on whether the voltage you hook up is positive or negative. If current is flowing, then that's a 1. If current is blocked, then that's a 0. Without the transistor, you can't add or subtract. Without the transistor, you can't multiply or divide. You don't have RAM, you don't have CPUs, you don't even have the video you're watching right now. It is literally the most widely produced invention in the history of our species. Not the wheel, not the spear. We've made 13 sextillion of these bad boys. The modern world would not exist without transistors, and it all started at Bell Labs. In 1965, Gordon Moore made his iconic prediction that the number of transistors that can fit on a chip would double every 2 years, which in turn would lead to a doubling of computing power. His informal law has remained astonishingly accurate for the past 70 years, thanks to silicon. You see, silicon is one of the group 4 elements, which makes it a semiconductor. It sits right at the tipping point of the conductor-insulator spectrum, and a small push from a voltage will turn it on and off in the blink of an eye. The very first transistor was not made of silicon, it was actually made of germanium. Both elements have their advantages and disadvantages, but there's a key reason why silicon makes up 99.9% of all transistors produced since the 1950s. It's cost-effective, it scales well to mass production, and there is decades of infrastructure that has gone into foundries, clean rooms, R&D, and even trade deals. But there is an end in sight to Moore's law. At a certain point, shrinking your transistors down stops being feasible. you're working on the scale of individual atoms of silicon, and with so many atoms packed so tightly, the heating would fry your CPU. Silicon just has a fundamental barrier at the nanoscale. So what do we do? Rebooting the entire microelectronics industry with a new material is just unfeasible. It would have to be thousands of times cheaper to justify the changeover with no loss in performance. The silicon transistor fundamentally altered how the human race communicates, and it shapes the global economy to this day. When Moore's law fails, and it will, the economic ramifications will be immense. But in the year 2000, something amazing happened. An unknown German postdoc had unlocked a secret that could have saved Moore's law. By the time the 90s rolled around, Bertram Batlogg was one of the most highly cited physicists in the world. He was fourth, in fact, out of a study of 1,120, with second and third place going to two other Bell Labs co-workers because, of course it did. At the beginning of our story, he was the head of the Solid-State Physics and Material Research Division at the Bell Labs HQ in Murray Hill. Basically, the most pure physicsy department in the whole company. More than anything, he was an expert on superconductivity. That's the effect when you freeze material near to absolute zero, and its conductivity becomes, well, super. There's so many subtopics in physics that the field comes and goes in fads. A breakthrough emerges, everyone scrambles to get in on the action, people gradually begin to realize they've exhausted all of its potential and drop off, usually within the span of a decade. Superconductors were one of those fads, and it dominated the late 80s and early 90s. The holy grail was finding what you'd call a high-T superconductor. As phenomenal as superconductors were, they'd never be useful commercially because any money you'd save on power consumption would be wasted on cryostats to keep them refrigerated. To this day, no one has ever found a room temperature superconductor, and the field is now left to the true diehards. Researchers at Bell Labs had historically been afforded a lot more freedom than the average scientist in the private sector. But Batlogg, even with his reputation, had to financially justify his research, and so he pivoted in a new direction. After discussions with Bob Laudiz, a senior director who would sadly pass away in 1998, the two of them came up with an idea: organic crystal semiconductors, aka plastic transistors. The word organic has varying meanings. When it comes to food, we tend to think pesticide-free. But when it comes to biologists, and especially physicists, it means only one thing: carbon. Silicon's next door neighbor. But it's even more versatile when it comes to bonding with other elements, and it's particularly good at forming infinitely long repeating chains called polymers, which in turn make up plastics. Thing is, plastics are generally made up of massively chaotic tangles of carbon
That mess is why plastics take forever to break down. Plus, microplastics. You don't get this order. It's more like that. An absolutely chaotic web. That needs to get dealt with.
chains and rings. An electron floating through all that, not going to be easy. They are, with the occasional exceptions, insulators. Batlogg and Laudiz hypothesized that if you take some of those organic molecules but grow them into large, ordered, neat and tidy crystals, electrons would have less to bump into, and their conductivity would dramatically improve. This made some intuitive sense. Silicon is grown in massive, ordered crystals, so why not organics? Even to physicists though, crystal growth is thought of as somewhat of a black magic. You tinker around with different air pressures, gas combinations, humidities, and temperatures until you land on a recipe that works. But even with all that hassle, the advantage is that crystal growth is something you can do with a beaker of chemicals at your desk. Growing silicon in mass scale quantities is expensive, requires massive foundries and 1,000-degree temperatures. organics was worth giving a shot. Christian Klock had a decade of experience in crystal growth when he got recruited into Betlog's research group in 1996, and he set to work refining his technique of growing large, pristine crystals. But neither Betlog nor Klock had any experience doing semiconductor measurements. There was one missing piece of the team left to fill, and so they reached out to Klock's old lab at the University of Constance that happened to be run by Hendrik's PhD supervisor. Huh, lucky for Hendrik. Wrong, he was even luckier than that. His supervisor recommended 2 other students before him, but they had prior engagements. And that was how Hendrik found himself with an internship at one of the world's most prestigious research labs. Hendrik would spend January to May of 1997 in New Jersey, after which he went back to Constance to finish his PhD. His internship had gone well, and he returned to Bell Labs in the September of 1998, after spending most of the year waiting for a visa. The difficulty with the sort of work Betlog's group was doing is that for the majority of organic crystals, you're not going to see anything worth making a fuss over. Unexciting data that suggests, hey, this specific crystal might be a dead end. Well, that's necessary to the scientific process, even if it's not going to turn many heads. There's no shame in boring science, but it can be massively discouraging. Between the start of his internship up until his eventual return as a postdoc, Hendrik struggled to get any results that were publishable, with some papers being outright rejected and others that were simply unremarkable. But this dry spell wouldn't last forever. In February of 2000, he'd finally done it. Hendrik had done what had been considered impossible up to that point. He'd found an organic crystal, pentacene, with a conductivity that rivaled silicon. Not only that, he'd managed to use pentacene to make 2 important building blocks of computer circuits. First, he made a transistor, where the on-off current ratio was 10 to the 8, a phenomenal result. He then used 2 transistors to make an inverter. If your input is high, your output is low. If it's low, then it goes high. No matter how you looked at it, this was an indisputable breakthrough. This was leagues ahead of anyone else's work with organic crystals, but Hendrik had already gone ahead and made functional circuits out of it. After a frustrating start, Hendrik had found his footing in the cutthroat world of academia. This would have been a huge relief to Hendrik. By December of 2000, he had been upgraded from a temporary postdoc to a full-time salaried member of the technical staff. At Bell Labs, it was exceedingly rare for a postdoc to be offered a full-time job once their 2-year term was up. Take it from Doug Nadelson. At one point in my time there, I shared a small office with 3 other postdocs. Only one of the 4 of us got an offer to stay as an MTS, and that's probably higher than the average rate. One former Bell postdoc who had hoped to get a permanent job in the exact same period as Shun told me that publications strong enough to apply for professorships at good universities were not necessarily enough to get hired at Bell Labs in this period. Just like in academia, at Bell Labs it was publish or perish. Hendrik chose the first option. What is a peer-reviewed study? Like, I know you sort of know what it is, we know what means science, but what is it exactly? Journals are private companies owned by traditional book publishers or subsidized by universities and science foundations. The journals themselves don't do research. Scientists from relevant fields send in manuscripts according to the guidelines set out by the journals. The journals employ editors who have backgrounds in the scientific fields. They do a first screening of papers, which filters out the bulk of submissions, and the ones they think are interesting and worthy of publishing, they then send out to more experienced professionals in the field, working at universities or similar labs. This is where the peer and peer review comes from. The reviewers don't work for the journal. They're working for free and anonymously by writing valuable comments and critiques that they then send back to the editors, who then relay those back to the original researchers for changes. This stressful tennis match goes back and forth for a few weeks to a couple months, and the paper either gets published or it gets rejected. Journals serve an important and necessary function by sharing scientific advancements with the rest of the world under a consistent set of standards. Publishing is not a quick process, and nor is it an easy one. It's absolutely not a perfect system, though, don't get me wrong. At the end of the day, journals are still a business, which is why you usually need to shell out $15 a paper if you don't attend or work for a university.
More than that, no. It's $40, so about 25, 30 pounds. And that's while you're at uni, usually doing your masters. You've already got your BSc. Like, I've got a BSc. I also want to be able to do master or a PhD. Boo. Wasn't going to sell my soul to a pharma company. No thanks. I'll stick. Plus, I just want to educate people here on the internet. Tell them what to do.
With that in mind, let's pull up Hendrik's output. For the purposes of this video, Scopus has the best analysis tools, and it's especially accurate for anything post-1992, which most of Hendrik's work occurred after that. Scopus lists 143 documents attributed to Jan Hendrik Schoen. Of those 143, 104 are standard articles. What you think of when you hear the words peer-reviewed study. 7 of them are conference papers. If you're going to present at a conference, you usually submit a written version of your presentation as well. One of them is a review, which isn't original research, but rather a compilation that summarizes the state of the art in the field. Another 31 are what we call an erratum, a fancy word for correction. We don't need to be looking at those because every single one is just a retraction notice. To be clear, if 22% of your career history is corrections, something has gone terribly wrong. The first publication ever to feature...
He is correct. He is correct. 22% erasmus. Something definitely went wrong. 5%? 5% is standard, I think. Well, at least in my field. Virology and parasitology. My field.
Hendrik as an author was during his PhD work in Constance, when he was working on materials for solar cells. To this day, it only has 34 citations, and it didn't get its first one until 2 years after it was published. I gave it a read. It's fine. Like, I don't know, man. Like, it's not especially interesting. That's not the worst thing in the world, though. Plenty of people get PhDs on obscure subjects. Your PhD is meant to show that you can conduct independent research, not make you a celebrity. As you can see here, the closer he got to the end of his PhD, the more papers he started publishing, but nothing particularly earth-shattering. Even after he began working for Bell Labs full-time, he still put out some papers with his old group in Germany, and bingo, bango, bongo, you can see that he maintained a steady pace, but the larger scientific community still wasn't paying attention. These green columns account for 29 of those 104 articles I mentioned, so the remaining 69 were all produced at Bell Labs, seen here in blue. Huh. That's odd. Is that really all of them? We still have 63 papers left. Are you trying to tell me that he put them all out in 2 years? Oh. Oh no. Oh no. 2001, on average, he was putting out one paper every 8 days. I need you to understand that I do laundry less frequently than that. In December of 2001, he put out 7 papers, which is almost 2 per week. The fact
That's hilarious. No citations. I was very bog standard. Don't get me wrong, I know my stuff. But I only ones where coronaviruses, hemorrhagics, and the parasite ones, trypanosoma, sleeping sickness, Zika, those ones, major threats, essentially. I was still deciding what one to go for. Probably virus. So, if I'd actually carried on and started my masters, I would have been working on the COVID virus, the COVID vaccine. That would have been fun.
The fact he was putting out this many papers was enough to raise some eyebrows, but it went beyond just his pace. He was in the big leagues. Much like how there's a pecking order to traditional news outlets, the same can be said for scientific journals. A good rule of thumb is that if a journal's name is one noun, it's probably a big deal. Nature and Science are two of the oldest journals still publishing today, dating back to the late 1800s. Nature being based in the UK, and Science in the US. Historically, they both had a bigger emphasis on biology papers, but by the 1990s, both journals were making an effort to attract more physicists. Who would you rather publish with? Solar energy materials and solar cells? Or science? I bring this up because Nature and Science are notoriously hard to get into. To anyone in research, a single one would be a career milestone. Hendrik had done it 16 times, and he was barely in his 30s. How had he done it? When it comes to the big two, plenty of well-researched and thorough papers still get rejected. Although framed like non-profits, both journals generate significant revenue from ads. It's in their best interest to publish only the most exciting and novel discoveries. Not only do you need to meet quality control, but your research can't just be incremental. It needs to push the field forward in a major way. And let me tell you, no one in physics was doing anything half as exciting as Hendrik was. His paper on pentacene transistors appeared in Science, and it quickly caught the attention of the solid-state physics community. By 2002, it had been cited 194 times, putting it within the top 0.01% of all physics papers of the year 2000. That might not sound like a lot, especially when we're used to seeing numbers in the millions for retweets and subscribers.
Trust me, that's a lot. 194 citations? Not bad. Not bad.
Counts. But think about it like this. Each of those citations is from an original piece of research carried out by teams of people that took months, maybe even years to carry out, write up, and then also get through the journal review process. Hendrik had broken down the organics barrier. There was now a viable semiconductor to rival silicon, and every lab in the country wanted in on the action. To this day, this is still Hendrik's most cited paper, and he took advantage of the hype to pump out several more papers on whatever organic crystal his buddy Clock had been playing with that week. But Hendrik seemed to recognize that swapping out pentacene for a new organic crystal was going to get old at some point, and the community would lose interest. So he went several steps beyond. He had invented the world's first organic superconductor. Not just that, a high-T superconductor. By high T, we mean about 52 Kelvin, so, not room temp, but compared to 0 Kelvin, that is tropical. Thanks to one man, organics have gone from insulators with questionable utility to viable semiconductors, after which it completely skipped over conductors and hopped into the realm of superconductivity. This was, as one researcher described it, like turning an apple into an orange. At one point, a colleague told Betlog, "You're going to put chemists out of a job," and Betlog didn't deny it. Hendrik went wild with superconductivity. It seemed like every new crystal he touched had
Chemists were probably losing their shit. I met chemists. Some of them divas. Don't get me wrong. I love chemists. They're great people. But yeah, they probably weren't happy with us. These physicists coming along, destroying our centuries old chemists. Chemical fusions. Calm down.
Tapped potential no one had seen before. He didn't stop there though. Not long after, he published a paper on the quantum Hall effect. The quantum Hall effect is an obscure phenomenon where the resistivity climbs in a discrete staircase effect, like you can see here. It's observed only in temperatures close to absolute zero, because you've removed all the thermal noise from the system and you're quite literally observing the flow of individual electrons. Again, by demonstrating it in organics, Hendrik had claimed to another first for physics. When Hendrik signed on to Bell Labs, Betlog was already getting up in years. By the turn of the century, he opted to take a professorship at his alma mater, the Swiss Institute for Technology. Betlog had been the trio's resident expert on superconductivity, and without his mentor to go to bat for him at conferences, Hendrik had to diversify his work. He'd already mastered transistors, and superconductors had apparently been a cakewalk. What other flashy areas could he dip his toes into? Well, here he is inventing the world's first and only organically driven laser, his second most cited paper. Do you understand now? Do you understand how batshit this man's output was? He was a god. On their own, transistors, superconductors, lasers, and the quantum Hall effect all won Nobel Prizes, sometimes multiple. Over a span of 2 years, Hendrik released cover after cover of the greatest hits of physics, and his signature hook was doing them with organics. After Betlog had left Bell Labs for good, Hendrik continued to work on the crystals provided to him by Clock, but began collaborating with some chemists in France as well. But it was his collaboration with Bell Labs chemist Yinan Bao which would prove to be his boldest, but also final, performance. On paper, you can just make transistors smaller and smaller, pack more and more into the same space, and computing power should keep increasing. But in reality, silicon can't be miniaturized past a certain point. Power density doesn't scale down alongside the transistor, so you're still pumping the same number of watts per unit area, and with your transistors packed so tightly, you get current leakage and overheating. It means at our current pace of silicon, Moore's law is going to fail. But is there another way? What if instead of taking a piece of bulk material and shrinking that down, you could instead build a transistor from the ground up, maybe even atom by atom? Could we make a molecular transistor? This would be hundreds of times smaller than anything that's been done of silicon. It would be on the level of individual electron hopping. On paper, this is the true final barrier for Moore's law. And in October of 2001, it looked like Hendrik and his partner Yinan Bao had actually done it. But is it Nobel Prize worthy? That's the real question, right? In truth, I'd argue that even without the crown jewel of his molecular transistor, Hendrik was well on his way to a Nobel Prize. But it would be nice if we could back that up with something more concrete. It's one thing to boast about citations, but citations don't pay the bills. In July 2000, along with Betlog and Clock, he shared a $10,000 industrial award at the International Conference of Synthetic Materials. In October of 2001, they shared again the Braunschweig Award for $100,000. After Betlog moved into his professor role in Zurich, Hendrik began to emerge from his mentor's shadow. Science mentioned his molecular transistor as part of their breakthrough of the year for 2001. At the Materials Research Society's spring meeting in San Francisco, he accepted the Outstanding Young Investigator Award, a $5,000 prize. He made MIT's list of innovators under 35. The soft-spoken Shun recalls being very surprised by how well his molecular transistors worked. Yeah, I bet he was. In December of 2001, he traveled to Berlin to receive the Otto Klung Weberbank Prize for $50,000. The man handing him that novelty oversized check, that's Horst Stormer, who at the time was Bell Lab's most recent Nobel laureate. He got his for the discovery of the fractional quantum Hall effect, an effect Hendrik had just recently demonstrated in organics. Turns out Horst Stormer had won the same prize as Hendrik in 1985, and later won his Nobel Prize in 1998. The parallels between the two were pretty apparent, with a German headline reading, "Tipped for a Nobel Prize." Stormer is even quoted as telling Hendrik, "Welcome to the club." It's hard to trace rumors 20 years after the fact, but if I had to guess where the buzz around Hendrik winning the Nobel came from, I would guess here. In 2002, it seemed like Hendrik was considering leaving Bell Labs behind. As well as being under consideration for a professorship at Princeton, he was near to getting an offer from the Max Planck Institute back in Germany. Hendrik would have been the youngest person ever to receive a full research directorship there. It would later come out that Hendrik had been chosen as the winner of the William L. Macmillan Prize, worth $2,500, which is given out by the University of Illinois to a physicist within 5 years of finishing their PhD. Hendrik had been on the shortlist for 2001, but they opted for someone else since his results had yet to be replicated. But a year later, the committee reasoned that even if half of his work turned out to be wrong, he was still ahead of the runner-up candidate. Hendrik would never receive that prize letter. In May of 2002, the contest had been put on hold. That same month, an editor from Nature had sent him an email asking for a clarification on what appeared to be a simple mix-up. They just needed to know why these two graphs looked so similar. Except this was no mix-up. It looks like Bell Labs had a whistleblower. By the end of this video, you're going to ask why he wasn't caught earlier. Every time I look at the evidence, I find it hysterical. It's just so laughably out in the open. Who let this go unchecked for so long? Was no one watching? Was no one asking him the tough questions? Was everyone too blinded by the glory that they hitched their cart to him and hoped for the best? Partially, yes. But if the walls around you were on fire and a bucket of water showed up out of nowhere, would you question how it got there? Or would you use the bucket? On March 10th, 2000, the NASDAQ index reached its then peak of 5,048. A peak it wouldn't hit again until
10th of March 2000, my 21st birthday. It was in the pub in Perth. And it was also my niece's christening. Thought people would like to know that. That pub no longer exists. It's houses. Well, flats.
...2015. You've heard of the dot-com bubble, right? At the turn of the millennium, investments in internet businesses were at an all-time high. However, when it became clear that many of these kind of silly businesses were never going to turn a profit, the market crashed. Here's the part you probably didn't know. A year later, in 2001, there was another crash, the telecom crash. It was 10 times bigger than the dot-com bubble. See, the internet doesn't just run on its own. You need hardware to power the internet. You need millions of switches and thousands of kilometers of fiber optic cable. And when the Clinton administration passed the Telecommunications Act of 1996, companies invested billions of dollars, most of it financed by debt, don't ask me how that works, so they could be part of the world's 3G infrastructure. But when the dot-com bubble burst, which provided much of the funding for these networks, the telecom industry imploded. Companies like Cisco, Intel, and Oracle lost 80% of their market value. And believe it or not, those were the lucky ones. If you weren't declaring bankruptcy, you were laying off the equivalent of a small town. That may sound like I'm exaggerating, but a company from my hometown of Ottawa, JDS Uniphase, went from employing 10,000 workers to 580. Lucent Technologies, who owned Bell Labs at the time, happened to be one of the...
Hi, Christina. Welcome in. We are on to video 2 of 3 about Jan Henrik Schoen. Faked his way nearly to a Nobel.
The lucky ones. In one day, Lucent stock fell by 30%. Between 2000 and 2002, Lucent stock had fallen by a factor of 40. In the years prior to the crash, Lucent had spent a decent portion of its profits buying up other, smaller competing companies. As soon as the crash hit, it did the opposite, splitting up into spin-offs like Avaya, Azure Systems, or outright selling entire departments to competitors. Hendrik's department was one of the few to stay on with Bell Labs. It was life or death for the remaining researchers. Half of the light bulbs were literally being removed from sockets to save money on power, and the beloved tech...
Yeah. Sorry. I'll figure it out. Don't worry.
Technical library was slated to close, much to the frustration of the staff. Joke memos circulated about how printing with any font larger than 12 points was forbidden. Older employees, who tended to have the largest salaries, were offered voluntary retirement packages. In Hendrik's department, over the course of 4 years, the number of researchers fell from 114 to 56. In the middle of all this, 9/11 happened, within driving distance of Murray Hill, New Jersey. You could definitely say that morale was not the highest at Bell Labs. This was followed a month later by a near complete shakeup of the executive board of Lucent. Each and every department head now had to make a case to investors why they shouldn't have their funding cut. If you couldn't find a way to turn your project into a product, you might be out of a job. The material science division at Bell Labs was perhaps the most physicsy out of all the departments. The research they did there was important and fundamental to discoveries down the line, but unlikely to lead to a new product anytime soon. If any department was first on the chopping block, it was that one. But if it had a breakout star who was making breakthroughs around the clock, hell yeah. Why wouldn't Bell Labs want to publicize that? Hendrik was a bucket of water in an inferno. By all accounts, Hendrik was not an arrogant man. He was shy, tended not to talk up his own work, and was reluctant to accept enthusiastic praise from colleagues.
The summer before I started my PhD, so I just graduated with my bachelor's degree, I spent a summer at Bell Labs in Murray Hill. And that was like the summer where Schoen was like, taking off, like all his papers were coming out. And yeah, when he was at Bell Labs, when I met him there, played hockey with him, was very friendly and people liked him, and it was like you would have never guessed that he was up to something like this.
No one had it in for Hendrik. He didn't have enemies. It's probably one of the reasons it went so far. If he had been confrontational, someone would have gotten mad and had the incentive to go after him. He also wasn't in it for the money. He drove a mid-range car, rarely dressed up, and didn't go out to fancy restaurants or anything like that. At one point, he had several paychecks piling up at his desk in Murray Hill, and when Clock offered to deposit them, stating that one was missing, Hendrik didn't seem concerned. The one concern he did seem to have was keeping his full-time position at Bell Labs, and with the uncertain financial state of the company, his productivity would likely be the deciding factor. During a bachelor's degree, there tends to be an emphasis on getting the right answer, so you can wrap your head around the fundamentals. As you advance in years though, moving on through your master's and later your PhD, the focus has shifted from getting the result you expected to explaining why you got the less convenient result that you did see. Somewhere during his PhD, this just didn't click for Hendrik. Hendrik's overly literal interpretation
Slightly different in biology, especially my field. because if you get the wrong result when you're doing your BSc, not good. The level of safety in the labs I worked in or studied in, people can get ill, people can die. Not getting the result in certain physics, maybe some chemistry, but if we fuck up, lots of people can die. Ooh. So the safety level are more and very, very rigorous. Don't have an outbreak. Hemorrhagic fever. Bad.
Interpretation of physics was sending him down a dangerous path.
After this happened, I was like, had all his papers, right? So I started wondering, like, did he do this in his PhD thesis? And there are a couple of instances in his PhD thesis papers where things don't add up,
Even from his time at the University of Constance, he tended, even at that time, to alter or muddle his original data in order to make the presentation of his results clearer. Hendrik developed an aversion to outliers, to noise. It's as if he viewed them as something to be eliminated from his data and not a fundamental reality of his experiments. He would replace data with best fit lines. He would smooth data out, or he would connect data from two different samples as if they were from the same sample. Hendrik was fabricating nearly all of it. He wasn't plagiarizing, he wasn't cherry picking, he was making it all up because he fundamentally did not grasp the scientific method. Hendrik learned early on that not all his work was going to be publishable. That's part of the brutal reality of academia. But if he couldn't put something out soon, it might cost him his job, like it did hundreds of his coworkers. So he made one essential change to his scientific process. He did it in reverse. He decided what results he wanted to see and constructed the data backwards until he had a full set of graphs.
And so
can't do that in my field. We're trying to stop thing or reverse thing. And going from curing without actually studying how it does thing, incredibly difficult. That's why medicine takes years. I couldn't do physics or higher level chemistry to be able to do medicine. Purely biology. Oh. Slightly easier.
He didn't really introduce any new physics. All I had to do was go look through the semiconductor solid state physics book or a semiconductor device book and say, okay, my stuff's going to do that. And I think that's what he was doing for like a lot of these papers. Everybody knew about quantum Hall effect. Everybody knew about how to make a laser, a photovoltaic. Like the physics of all of that was well understood. And so all he did was say, okay, now this is working in this material. Like before it worked in silicon, I'm now making, because I made these molecular crystals with high mobilities, and I can inject a lot of charge into them, I can do all this stuff that silicon used to be able to do, or other materials, gallium arsenide, for example.
That's why he was so successful in every area he dipped his toes into. He knew what results would excite the scientific community, get them talking. He just needed to make that data seem plausible, and the way he did it was genius. When people would come to Hendrik with questions or concerns, he would change his data to match their expectations. Here's an example. Early in 2000, Hendrik was reporting that he'd observed superconductivity in molecules of carbon-60. He showed beautiful curves where the resistance plummeted to zero as the temperature approached 11 Kelvin. Harold Huang, a colleague, asked Hendrik if he was sure that it was genuine superconductivity, or if his measurement setup might be seeing a short circuit, which is when an unexpected electrical connection occurs. Hendrik asked Harold what experiments he should perform that would convince him it was indeed superconductivity. Harold gave him some follow-ups he could try, and Hendrik came back soon after, claiming he did one, even though he hadn't. Hendrik was more than happy to accept feedback because it meant he had new ammunition to make his fraud more
naughty.
convincing. This tendency to agree with everything made it impossible for others to track their own progress. At one point, Klock switched his crystal setup to use hydrogen gas instead of argon, hoping it would improve the growth conditions for his crystals. When Hendrik reported back to him that he saw an increased conductivity, Klock assumed his switch had led to the improvement. It was only later that he realized Hendrik was just artificially reporting better results because he knew that's what Klock expected to see. Peter Littlewood, who had previously spent summers at Bell Labs, described the situation this way. You would say something and then it would happen. You would get caught up in the progress of the subject. For a long time, I didn't believe it could have been fraud because I didn't believe one person could make it all up. Then I realized we all made it up. Littlewood later said that Hendrik Schoen was the best listener of any experimental physicist in the world.
At this point, in my mind, alarm bells. I'd be checking everything. But I love the scientific method. This is how we progress. Yes, alarm bells. Oops.
Hendrik would publish a new result, perhaps with a bizarre, unexpected trend. Someone would suggest an explanation, and then, miraculously, the next few papers Hendrik produced would align suspiciously well with that proposed theory. Although this worked for a time, people gradually caught on to this small tactic of Hendrik's. The problem, Forrest said, was that Hendrik Schoen seemed to be expecting the rest of the scientific community to do his heavy lifting for him, reproducing work that he hadn't done very carefully to start with, and failing to provide a clear interpretation of his results. Over the years, rumors have circulated that there were in fact negative reviews of Hendrik's submissions that were ignored by journals because they were more concerned with publishing exciting, attention-grabbing headlines. This is nearly impossible to confirm because reviewers are always kept anonymous. Nature has stated that in general, they were willing to discuss the specifics of the review process after a paper is published, but they declined to do so in the wake of the Schoen scandal because they, and I quote, lost many of the records related to their handling of Hendrik's manuscripts. Science, on the other hand, has publicly stated that they will blacklist any reviewer who speaks publicly about papers they've reviewed. Eugenie Reich, in her 2009 book on the scandal, did extensive research and ended up obtaining info regarding reviews for 17 of Hendrik's papers, and none of them were blatantly negative. What she did find was many positive, but also conditional acceptances. And Hendrik used his natural, agreeable personality to exploit the hell out of these conditional acceptances. Many reviewers, despite being impressed, had specific concerns or suggestions. In principle, these reviewers were saying, if you make these changes or clarify these things, I think this is publishable. Hendrik loved using relative units on his graphs rather than absolute units. So for example, let's say you have a current versus voltage graph. In some cases, it's more useful to just put the current as a percentage of the max value, rather than a specific number of amps. That's because it's the shape of the curves and not the exact numbers that is of interest. Now, this is fine for one or two graphs, but at some point you do need to include exact numbers. The issue for Hendrik is that exact numbers are way harder for him to fake and would just expose him to more specific questions about his work. The more specific a question, the harder it is to bluff. For one of his papers, a reviewer made this exact complaint. He gave an overall positive review, but asked for the inclusion of exact numbers. Hendrik received this critique, went ahead and included exact values in amps, and the next time that person saw the paper, it was already in print. To his surprise, he found that the current Schrun reported having measured across the device was unrealistically small. This should have been impossible to measure. Suddenly, a paper that he had recommended enthusiastically for publication was beginning to unravel. Hendrik was always careful to avoid responding aggressively. He would write back in a polite, formal manner, asking for advice and suggestions from the reviewers, acknowledging their critiques as valid. But when he resubmitted his manuscripts to the journals, he almost never made any meaningful changes. When in doubt, Hendrik's most popular tactic was to cheerfully include further experiments when they needed, and he was off the hook. By acknowledging his work left many unanswered questions, he managed to skirt by the review process. In one particularly sneaky case, Hendrik submitted a paper on his molecular transistor to Nature. One reviewer found his claim of molecular scale computing to be exaggerated, and that it should be deleted from the final submission. Hendrik got around this by saying the necessary data to make that claim was going to be in a soon-to-be published paper in Science. He was playing two competing journals off of each other. This lack of specifics regarding his experimental setup also made it harder for other researchers to try and replicate his work. If just one other lab could reproduce Hendrik's work, it would dispel any doubt that Hendrik was taking home a Nobel Prize.
But at that point, nobody else had sort of duplicated anything yet. So we felt like, okay, we can still, maybe we'll be the first ones to be second place to him. And that would still, he would leave us some stuff to do.
But by 2002, it had been over 2 full years since Hendrik's breakout paper on high conductivity pentacene, and not a single research group had been able to get anywhere close to his conductivity values. In physics, 2 years is an eternity. What was one man doing differently that dozens of other labs couldn't?
Two years isn't an eternity in biological fields. It takes forever, forever, and forever. Because human body weird. That's why we double check everything.
It's worth a reminder that throughout this whole story, Hendrik remained a German citizen, which means that to legally work in the United States, he needed a visa. He got one for his 4-month internship, then he went back to Germany for 4 months to finish his PhD. To return to Bell Labs, though, he had to reapply for a new visa, since the terms of his employment would have been updated. He was no longer an intern, but a postdoc on a 2-year contract. As we learned earlier, no postdoc at Bell Labs is guaranteed a full-time job, especially given the financial circumstances. But Hendrik was the rare exception to the rule, and in December of 2000, he officially got his full-time contract. But again, because the terms of his employment had changed, he was obligated to return to Germany and apply for another visa, a process that lasted 5 months.
Because getting visa for either here or over there takes ages. You think that the best or something?
During this time, he still worked for Bell Labs. He just worked remotely in his old lab at the University of Constance. Here's where it all starts to come into focus. This 5-month period in Germany is responsible for almost all of his breakthroughs in 2001. Hendrik received no shortage of praise from his managers at Bell Labs, but given the economic state of the company, chief among them was the fact that he was cheap. He rarely, if ever, made funding requests to his department directors, and yet he still managed to make several breakthroughs. This became so prevalent that other employees were even chastised in performance reviews and told that they should work more cost-effectively. So the fact that he was A, cheap, B, in a separate country, and C, a breakout scientific rock star meant that Hendrik had little to no oversight and was largely left to his own devices. Besides the
Don't like that. Oversight, please.
The organic crystals provided to Hendrik by Christian Klock, he didn't need much. The University of Constance had every piece of equipment he could ask for. Most of his work was slapping metal electrodes on top of crystals and measuring the current going through them. All of that could be done at a simple lab bench. This sort of thing was stupid simple, which meant that nearly any rival research lab could be doing the exact same tests at little cost. As the story goes, anytime Hendrik was asked what his secret ingredient was, he would always give the exact same answer: aluminum oxide. General rule of thumb when making transistors: the more electrons you've got flowing, the more conductive it is. So you'll have millions, maybe even billions of electrons flowing back and forth in a confined channel. And since Hendrik was also making superconductors, he was squeezing absurd amounts of electrons into the same space. Careful though, that's a lot of pent-up volts that need somewhere to go. The critical element here is the top insulating layer. You want the electrons flowing this way, but they really want to burst out this way.
You're essentially trying to stop it from bursting entirely. Or short circuiting.
You need a material that can act as a shield that can withstand that buildup of charge. If it's too weak, the electrons punch a hole through it, maybe even setting fire to your chip. Typical transistors use SiO2 as their insulator, but the charge densities Hendrik was reporting needed something stronger, which is why he used aluminum oxide. This fact on its own was
SiO2 is silicon oxide. And it's standard, essentially.
Wasn't innovative on Hendrik's part. The remarkable thing about his results was that even with a stronger insulator, he claimed to observe charge densities in the range of 70 to 80 million volts per centimeter. That's a lot of volts. These fields were so strong they'd annihilate a regular transistor, and is about 5 times higher than what every other lab said they could handle.
At least with the molecular crystal work, there was nothing that people said, oh, this can't be done, you're violating. The only thing was the aluminum oxide, there was a lot of skepticism. We had an expert at Cornell who was an expert on aluminum oxide, and when I told him that he was sputtering aluminum oxide and getting a volt per nanometer, the guy just like was flabbergasted. His response was like, that guy's an effing genius.
As long as no one else could achieve the same charge densities, he had plausible deniability that he was doing something better than everyone else.
Here's where the big miscommunication came into play. When researchers asked Betlog how they could make high-quality aluminum oxide, Betlog implied that they would need to invest in high-quality sputtering equipment. This led people to believe that Bell Labs had a high-quality sputtering facility, when in reality, Hendrik was traveling back and forth between Bell Labs and his old PhD lab at the University of Constance to use the fairly old and definitely not state-of-the-art sputtering machine there. Isn't that interesting? All of Hendrik's key breakthroughs can be traced back to one machine that wasn't in his place of work and required a 10-hour flight to get to. Very interesting. By this point, Hendrik was a bit of a celebrity and often received emails from labs around the country asking for advice on replicating his experiments. Colleagues continually pestered him about
this glue is irritating. Let's see if fresh air works.
how he was sputtering the aluminum oxide. Since this was the experimental step, nobody seemed to be able to replicate.
But anyways, I said, I'm working at Cornell University with Paul McEwen on organic field effect transistors. We've become interested in these materials after your recent success. The quality of the gates you use are of extremely remarkable quality, and I was wondering if you could provide us with some information on how such strong fields are generated at the crystal dielectric interface without breakdown of the Al2O3. His response was, unfortunately, there's no detailed publication, but I'll try to give some info. And he gave very detailed, we used 99.995% pure stoichiometric target, 3-inch diameter, give us the supplier, the sputterer system, the plasma, the pressures. I just gave up. I told my advisor, I think at some point I said, I think I'm going to leave this project. Can I work on something else? Because this guy is just too good.
Hendrik must have realized that people would eventually catch on because he started rewriting history to lend himself credibility. Rumors circulated that Hendrik had mastered sputtering machines when he used them for his PhD thesis, which wasn't true. He didn't use them for his PhD thesis, but Hendrik would support those rumors when asked. The logic at the time was that if there were any imperfections in the aluminum oxide, it would disintegrate at high voltages, so it needed to be really, really pure. But what didn't make sense was how Hendrik, who was working on some underutilized piece of equipment in the corner of an obscure German laboratory, was somehow producing better quality oxide than labs with much better equipment. The only other explanation was that there was something specific about the Constance machine.
That sounds dodgy.
Like a unique combination of atmosphere and other chemicals that just happened to make a perfect oxide deposit. It was just too absurd to be believable. It got so bad that at one point colleagues were begging him to publish an entire paper just on the aluminum oxide process. He finally relented, tediously compiling results at dozens of deposition rates and pressures in an unpublished document he circulated around to those who asked. Although he did submit it, it never officially got published by a journal. But much like a lot of things in this story, it would still come back to haunt him. It's impossible to know for sure, but it's thought that the first recorded suspicion of fraud came over a year before the scandal went public. It was in May 2001 in an email from Bob Lawlin, a theoretical physicist. He perhaps felt bold enough to make this claim because, well, he had worked for Bell Labs many years ago and had no problem criticizing his former place of work. But if I had to guess, it was mainly because he had a Nobel Prize under his belt. Bob Lawlin had serious doubts about the deposition of the aluminum oxide. His knowledge of the physics of insulators didn't match up with what he'd heard from Betlog. Lawlin even publicly criticized Betlog in an August 2000 seminar, claiming that the data he was showing was of far too narrow a range to be meaningful. In the summer of 2001, he went so far as to approach Takahiko Ishiguro with his concerns, who then went on to publish one of the first critiques of Hendrik's work. Bob Lawlin had a reputation for being outspoken and highly skeptical in general, so his word alone would not have been enough to spark widespread suspicion. Doubt? Sure, lots of people were confused about Hendrik's exact methods, but fraud? Not quite yet. So why not? Why was there such an aversion to speaking up when so many people either couldn't reproduce or didn't even believe Hendrik's results? Because of the taboo. Science is a difficult line of work, and it only gets done because of collaboration. Jumping to accusations right out of the gate when there might be a much more innocent explanation is never advisable. Not to mention the potential to get it wrong, accusing an innocent person is risky and might turn into a public scandal that can drag on for years. This is made even harder the more famous the accused is. You wouldn't just be accusing Hendrik. By extension, you'd be accusing Betlog. You'd be accusing the entire institution of Bell Labs. Without a smoking gun, indisputable evidence of fraud, it's an uphill battle where it's your credibility against an institution's, a scientific dynasty. If you happen to be wrong, you deal a permanent blow to your own career. If you happen to be right, well, you did the right thing. But every new case of fraud erodes public trust in science and makes it harder to get funding and resources. Not to mention it can lead to fear-mongering about vaccines and 5G cell towers. And even if fraud is a possibility, it's never the first thing people jump to. Maybe he made a mistake. Maybe he just misinterpreted. Maybe I'm not as good at science as I thought I was. As crazy as it sounds, Hendrik evaded discovery for so long because people kept giving him the benefit of the doubt. Getting a paper out of Bell Labs was supposed to be more difficult than a university. In academia, I can write up and submit a manuscript to a journal without having to show it to anyone or getting anyone's approval. At Bell Labs, though, my draft paper was then sent to somebody else in the division, not directly connected with the work, for a once-over before it could be submitted. The assumption was that these checks were being performed on Hendrik's work. In truth, this wasn't happening. Most of the time, Hendrik would run his papers by Betlog and no one else, sometimes ignoring the many experts in the building who would have been able to provide invaluable commentary. In one case, a coworker, Art Ramirez, approached Hendrik with an organic crystal called perylene. He expressed interest in measuring its electrical properties, which was dangerous for Hendrik because it meant someone would be double-checking his results. Hendrik tried to dissuade Ramirez by claiming he had already worked with perylene before, but Ramirez insisted. The next week, Hendrik presented Ramirez with a freshly typed-up manuscript that reused old graphs, but with perylene swapped in for the figure title. This finally convinced Ramirez to back off. Hendrik was willing to go so far as to convince people he had articles ready to publish just to get people off his tracks. When another co-worker, David Muller, asked Hendrik if he could inspect his laser under a microscope, Hendrik said he'd bring it back from Constance on his next visit. When Hendrik later did no such thing, he told Muller he forgot it. Lucky for Hendrik, however, Muller interpreted this as Hendrik's polite way of saying, "This is my work, back off." And it
Morning bells.
in an environment like Bell Labs, especially at the height of its economic troubles, this wasn't suspicious. It would make sense for Hendrik to be territorial about a huge discovery like this. Benefit of the doubt helped Hendrik in other ways. Joe Orenstein of Berkeley had his group attempt to analyze the organic crystals that Hendrik had used in his superconductivity experiments. This meant cooling the crystals close to absolute zero. Big problem though. The crystals always shattered at 100 Kelvin, nowhere close to the temperatures Hendrik was reporting. This of course was because Hendrik hadn't performed the experiment and wouldn't know the crystals would shatter, but again, rather than assume there was a problem with the Bell Labs work, Orenstein assumed either it was something wrong with his experimental process or the quality of his crystals was just not good enough. Of course, he was assuming that Hendrik was operating in good faith, which, he wasn't. This assumption often extended to how Hendrik interpreted his results as well. Hendrik was not an expert at lasers, and neither was Betlog. Before he even published what would become his second most cited paper, there was a rather heated internal debate over what his results actually meant. In his paper, Hendrik presented two intensity versus wavelength plots, supposedly taken at two very different temperatures. Both shapes are remarkably similar Gaussian curves, which is odd enough for such different temperatures, but you'd also expect to see the graph to shift horizontally too, and that clearly hasn't happened here. In fact, Hendrik's laser spectrums were so baffling that no one could actually agree on whether Hendrik's crystal was lasing or whether it was demonstrating another effect known as superluminescence. The debate wasn't over whether Hendrik's laser data was real or not, but whether he had actually made a laser in the first place. The molecular transistor was Hendrik's final claim to fame, and it was such a bold breakthrough to fake that it ultimately led to his downfall.
Once he did the single molecule and the molecular transistor stuff, that's when there was the first hints that something was really wrong. Right away, at least my PhD advisor was suspicious of it as soon as it came out. And just the geometries just violated the laws of physics. You couldn't have a gate 20 nanometers away and a source and a drain 1 nanometer and have an electric field from this influence the junction in there.
For months, though, he managed to fend off several tough questions regarding his confusing data. IBM is one of Bell Labs' fiercest competitors. They actually hold the second place record for the most Nobel Prizes won by a private company. At one point, a collection of IBM researchers were dead set on submitting a paper to Nature that was a direct critique of the molecular transistor paper, which came just short of accusing Hendrik of fraud. Nature reached out to Hendrik and Bao for a correction. In the end, Nature decided not to publish the IBM critique, because Hendrik claimed he had performed more experiments to confirm his results weren't just a fluke, and he had an upcoming paper in another journal which would clarify some of the finer unknown details. Now, where have we heard that before? During a seminar he gave at Bell Labs, Hendrik was questioned about two molecular devices of very different sizes. Rafi Kleiman didn't believe that two devices of such different sizes could be demonstrating the same physical effect. But Hendrik jumped in to say, oh, sorry about that, that's actually a typo. Those devices are the same size. This seemed odd at the time to Kleiman, who later checked the original submitted paper and realized that they were in fact different sizes. He correctly deduced that Hendrik had lied to his face, but Kleiman assumed it was because Hendrik didn't want to escalate a public argument, having no reason to think that Hendrik had faked the data. From this same seminar, Julia Xu asked Hendrik about an image taken from a microscope. Specifically, she wanted to know which microscope he had used. Hendrik replied that it was not in fact his picture, but he took it from literature. Julia was shocked to hear this, considering Hendrik hadn't referenced anybody in the presentation, but opted not to elevate her concern since the seminar, had been relatively informal. These exchanges are prime examples of why people tended not to.
Now I'm getting the biggest warning bells going off in my head. Yeah, stunned. How has this carried on?
engage with Hendrik at public events. He either created a moving target, altering numbers on the fly, or changing his explanations in response to feedback. David Muller is quoted as saying, "Wait for it to get into print before you criticize it." This fella, Don Monroe, didn't follow that advice. He was the first person to leverage an official accusation of fraud against Hendrik Schoen. Don Monroe was a scientist at the spin-off company Agere Systems, which still technically fell under the Bell Labs umbrella, so employees of the two companies often discussed their work as they ate lunch together. Since his interests were in ultra-small transistors, Monroe proposed an intercompany seminar to Hendrik, hoping to provide some feedback on his molecular transistor, or, at least a lively debate. Hendrik agreed, and as part of the seminar, he showed off the following histogram. Here you can see he's quantified the conductivity according to how many molecules were in the device. So this bin is for devices with 1 molecule, this bin is for devices with 2, 3, and so on. When fabricating many copies of the same device, you'll inevitably run into some variation in sizes, and since we're talking about the scale of individual molecules, you'd expect to see clumps of individual molecules just like this. What's weird here is that you can see a pretty clear Gaussian distribution, aka the bell curve, and that just makes no sense. Like, look at its sample size. If you count all the bins on this histogram, you get a total of 130 devices. That's nowhere near enough of a sample size to get a Gaussian this perfect. If you run the numbers, there's only a 1.2% chance he gets a fit this clean. But it gets worse. According to Hendrik, these are just the functioning devices, and those only have a yield of 10%. So assuming you take Hendrik at his word, and he manually tested every single device that he made, that's 1,300 devices. When's the last time you did 1,300 of anything? If we assume, quite generously, that he took 5 minutes to create and measure each device, that would take 108 hours, or 4.5 days, of non-stop work. This statistical anomaly didn't go unnoticed by Don Monroe, who raised his concerns to Hendrik but was quickly brushed off.
He'd be constantly at the lab. And no one, I repeat, no one can work like that. You'd be a zombie. We need to rest, especially when you're doing work like this. It gets worse.
Days later, this histogram appeared in print. Unsatisfied with Hendrik's explanations, Don Monroe escalated the matter to Hendrik's managers. He was cautious about his wording, never outright saying that fraud had been committed, but his statistical analysis of Hendrik's data very heavily implied that it was the only explanation. It turned out that even prior to this email, Hendrik's managers had been telling him to, pump the brakes on his publishing output, as concerns over his data and lack of experimental details had been rising. This resulted in at least one paper on a single electron transistor being held back from submission. Over the coming months, Hendrik was asked repeatedly if he had some explanation for the histogram ending up so symmetrical, which led to him eventually sharing a much noisier histogram that was far more believable. For his managers and Don Monroe, this was a satisfactory resolution to the matter. Again, assumption of good faith. Nobody wanted to escalate things further than they had to, especially if an explanation had been happily provided. Hendrik's manager John Rogers is quoted as saying, "While I am not averse to an investigation, any direct involvement on my part would destroy my professional relationship with Hendrik." This would be the closest Hendrik would come to being found out and still getting away with it. But in a few short months, it would all come crashing down. You remember Julia Shu? She and Lin Lu were both working in the same department as Hendrik in April of 2002. While at a conference, they were discussing a new process for fabricating circuits. By April 19th, they had enough data for a patent application, and together they visited Bell Labs' patent attorney, where they began sifting through papers on similar concepts in order to write up their patent and justify why their technique was innovative. 2 of the papers they were sifting through were on Hendrik's molecular transistor. Lin noticed that 2 of the graphs appeared oddly similar, considering that one of the devices was for a transistor with thousands of molecular layers, and the other one for only 1 or 2 layers. But it went beyond that. The noise in the graphs was identical, like down to the pixel. 2 experiments on the exact same device, at the exact same temperature, on the exact same day, should not give the same results, much less 2 completely different devices. Both Julia and Lynn immediately told colleagues about the duplication. Lynn went to her supervisor, Bob Willett. Now, Bob Willett, not exactly a fan of Hendrix. Different Bob from before, mind you, that was Bob Lawlin. There's a lot of Bobs in science. For a long time now, internal tensions over the believability of Hendrix's work were beginning to boil over. 2 months earlier, Bob Willett had been awarded the $10,000 Oliver E. Buckley Condensed Matter Prize, and a symposium was being organized in his name. Bob Willett was upset to find out Hendrix was scheduled to speak, since he didn't have faith in his results, and ended up getting into a shouting match with Federico Capasso, Hendrix's department head. In the end, Capasso won out, and Hendrix spoke at the symposium. So yeah, Bob Willett, not a fan. After Lynn came to him about the duplicate, he immediately went to John Rogers, Hendrix's manager. Julia, at the same time as this, went to Mark Lee, her colleague and also husband, asking him if he could think of any reason why the graphs were so similar, perhaps an artifact of the measurement setup. Mark Lee then, coincidentally, also went to Bob Willett to ask if anybody else knew about the duplication. Mark assumed that Hendrix had just made a mistake and copied in the wrong graph. Bob Willett, who already doubted Hendrix's results, assumed Hendrix had been duplicating data in several papers, as it was the only way to explain his rapid publication pace. Mark approached Hendrix about the duplicate. Hendrix looked embarrassed and admitted that, oh, looks like he made a mistake. Mark then suggested that he send a correction to Science. Mark relayed this encounter with Hendrix to Bob Willett, who then phoned one of his old postdocs, Lydia Sohn, now a professor of physics at Princeton, telling her to keep her eyes open for an upcoming correction in a particular paper of Hendrix. Whether Bob Willett can technically be considered a whistleblower is up for debate. From his perspective,
so that'll be one of the 33 errors or correction.
He was just informing an old student about something he thought was public knowledge, that Hendrix was issuing a correction to one of his papers. But Bob couldn't have predicted what would happen next. Now, Lydia Sohn had been suspicious of Hendrix's papers for some time now. At one point, she had discussed the molecular transistor with a colleague who was adamant that the data was fake. His evidence? The perfectly symmetrical histogram. Little did they know that an internal investigation had already been brought up and resolved over this exact figure. Even based off nothing but the vague hint from Bob Willett, Lydia quickly figured out the problem with Hendrix's paper. But it couldn't have just been a mistake. The curves in these graphs, they're identical. Hendrix had even changed several numbers, and the caption? Like, that's a lot of work to do accidentally. Lydia quickly emailed multiple colleagues at different universities and unanimously agreed there was a serious issue here. They all recommended that Lydia contact Science and Nature, since she was the only one who wasn't in the process of submitting a paper to either journal. At the same time as all of this, John Rogers, who Bob Willett had talked to directly, had been conducting his own investigation into the duplicate figures. He ended up uncovering some figures that looked similar, but not exact duplicates. He just wouldn't have known to look back as far as 2 years earlier to a completely different organic transistor that ended up being the original source for the duplicates Lydia had identified. For those keeping score, we're up to 3 exact duplicate curves for 3 completely different devices in 3 completely different papers across a span of 2 years. The discovery of the 3rd duplicate is credited to Paul McEwen at Cornell.
But I do remember coming into the lab one morning, and my PhD advisor was there. His eyes were bloodshot, and he's like, "Scott, come here. You're not going to believe this. Let me show you what I have here." And he had these 2 transparencies printed out, and there was the 2 graphs that were identical noise. And then he did this thing where he puts them over like that.
McEwen was one of the first people Lydia informed about her discovery. He showed his findings to Dan Ralph, who was on the committee for the William L. McMillan Prize, which Hendrix had nearly won in 2001, but ultimately did not get because no one had been able to replicate his results yet. But a year later, he was the clear favorite to win for 2002. McEwen's intervention is the reason Hendrix's prize letter was never sent. McEwen compiled a refined set of the 6 most compelling pieces of duplication he could find and sent it to Hendrix, John Rogers, Betlog, and editors at Nature and Science. On May 23rd, the story broke in the New York Times. Too late to turn back now. Bell Lab's reputation was hanging by a thread, and it all depended on how they conducted their investigation. 1 report, 5 committee members, 24 accusations, 127 pages. A report that would revoke a PhD.
Here we go.
In May of 2002, Bell Labs formally created an investigative committee. Prior to this, however, Hendrick's managers, Rogers and Capasso, reached out to Betlog. They asked him to speak with Hendrick directly, and asked the question nobody had thought to ask. Did you fake the data? Hendrick's answer? No. The committee was made up of 5 members, and included a mix of experts on the relevant topics of Hendrick's publications. The chairman, Malcolm Beasley of Stanford, has an extensive history with superconductivity. Purdue University's Superior Data focused on nanoelectronics and had been following Hendrick's molecular transistor for a while now. Next, you had Herbert Kromer, co-winner of the Nobel Prize in Physics.
Academic thought of this kind is important. I want honesty and scrupulous principles followed. We need science. We don't want it to come into disrepute. Just my feeling. Really?
In 2000 for his work with high-speed semiconductors. Then there was Bell Labs' own Herwig Kogelnik, the go-to for all things lasers. The most interesting inclusion, in my eyes, Don Monroe, the man who first raised the idea of an investigation over the overly symmetric histogram, and the closest anyone had come to outright accusing Hendrick of fraud. It was hard to argue that Bell Labs was planning a cover-up. In short, that meant that 3 out of 5 members were external leaders in their respective fields, and 1 internal one was certainly not afraid of getting to the bottom of things.
There were a bunch of people who saw the copied data, and they said, this is done, the guy's cooked, it's over. But there were also a bunch of people that thought, well, geez, there's so much interesting stuff, maybe something's still there. And they were waiting for the results. So there were sort of 2 different types of reaction.
The New York Times had gone public with the story on May 23rd. Bell Labs' reputation was in question at one of the worst financial periods in its history. Transparency wasn't a suggestion, it was mandatory. After a 5-month investigation, the committee's findings were compiled in a 127-page report. Property of Lucent Technologies.
The management
I looked it up. I tried to do it. Like I said, I'm not physics. Don't get me wrong. I understand the academic side, but the physics is in it.
had several audiences for the report. One was, the company, the Lucent management, the big company. Another was the outside community, and another was the members of their own scientific staff. Some of the internal critics, they were painted with the idea that somehow this was sour grapes, that they were just jealous. But it's hard to know what was going on behind the scenes. There were some things going on. My discussion of the statistics was not in any way public, and they took that very seriously.
The committee first sent out a questionnaire to Hendrick, which included asking him for all of the relevant original data files. In some cases, they managed to find the original data embedded in journal submissions, rough drafts, and even PowerPoint slides. They also sent out questionnaires to all 20 of Hendrik's co-authors who were involved in the papers being investigated. Of these co-authors, 3 were considered primary due to the frequency that they appeared on Hendrik's work. These 3 were Bertram Batlogg, Christian Kloc, and Yinan Bao. Batlogg and Kloc made sense to single out. They were co-authors on over 70 papers together. Bao was less obvious, since they only shared 14 papers. However, those 14 included Hendrik's molecular transistor, which was the target of multiple accusations. It became clear from their questionnaire answers that none of the 3 of them had ever seen Hendrik measure even a single one of his devices. Batlogg was just Hendrik's supervisor, guiding and discussing but never personally seeing the experiments himself. Christian Kloc's involvement was limited to growing the large organic crystals, which he then handed over to Hendrik and never saw again. Yinan Bao had a similar situation. She provided Hendrik with the organic molecules he used in his molecular transistor, and although she produced a single graph in one of the suspicious papers, it was clear that there was nothing unexpected about her data and that Hendrik had acted alone.
I prefer when journals have a list of specific author contributions to a paper. Yeah, we didn't know, but we certainly suspected that Hendrik was acting on his own, but you have to ask. Actually, what was shocking to all of us, I think, was how little other people had seen of the data being collected in real time. The laser, for example, we all felt like if you saw a laser in your lab, you would, even if it was 10 o'clock at night, you'd be running down the halls, grabbing, the janitor to show them this lab.
For over a month, the committee was inundated with accusations and at one point had to declare that their report would only consider accusations brought forward before June 2nd. Otherwise, the process would just go on for months. After considering them all, they dismissed certain accusations as insubstantial and categorized all the remaining ones into 3 groups: data substitution, 9 counts; unrealistic precision, 9 counts; contradictory physics, 6 counts. There are far too many to cover in this video. The full report dives deep into each accusation, and if you're interested, I have linked it in the description. But for the sake of time, I'm only going to be highlighting the most unique accusations, and in my opinion, the funniest. For nearly 3 years, Hendrik's data was conjured from a black box. The committee's job was to uncover what was inside. Of the 3 types of accusations, data substitution, or duplication, was the most blatant and easiest to prove. Some of these you could find via visual inspection, just as Lin Lu and Julia Shu had stumbled upon during a late night in the patent office. You've all seen accusation 3 by now. This is what kicked off the whole ordeal. 3 identical curves, including noise, in 3 different papers, for 3 different materials across a span of 2 years. You'll notice the third one has a different numerical scale than the other 2, but the exact same shape, almost as if he was drawing it with a pencil. Cut and dry case. Clearly misconduct on Hendrik's part. Data substitution isn't always about one-to-one duplicates though. Some cases were a bit more subtle. Take accusation 5. These 2 curves look unrelated, right? Turns out if you look at the raw data, they're exactly off by a constant factor of 3.96. Hendrik made one curve and multiplied that by what the theory suggested would be an appropriate factor. He clearly realized that multiplying by exactly 4 would be suspicious, so he, adjusted it to look a bit more plausible. That's not even the worst one though. Accusation 1 highlights 2 different figures from the same paper of what is apparently 2 different molecules. The curves differ exactly by a factor of 2. Not 2.01, not 2.001, I'm talking 2.0000. Contradictory physics, I'd argue, are the most fascinating accusations. That's because they're by far the most difficult to prove. The idea is that Hendrik's results contradict some generally well-accepted piece of theory, and no plausible alternative explanation can be found. The trouble is Hendrik's most famous publications covered exotic materials no one had really worked with before. making lasers and superconductors with materials no one else had. There was a tiny, but still real chance that some of the contradictory physics were a legitimate discovery on Hendrik's part. After all, many key pillars of physics like relativity, quantum mechanics, got their start as contradictory physics. These accusations are partly why such high-profile researchers were chosen for the committee. If anyone could figure out what was real and what was fake, these 5 had a good shot. Accusation 19. One of the most basic building blocks of circuits is the inverter. If it takes an input of 1, it outputs a 0. If it takes an input of a 0, it outputs a 1. Simple. Hendrik's voltage curve looked like this, with a nice distinct separation between the high and low regions. This is the iconic inverter curve associated with 2 transistors hooked up like this. The issue here is that the inverter circuit that Hendrik describes in his paper actually looks like this, with 1 transistor and a resistor. And that type of inverter produces a very different curve, like you see here. It has a very sharp, flat plateau and a much more gradual descent. This contradicted common knowledge for one of the most important circuits ever invented. Similarly, for accusation 20, Hendrik's molecular transistor design, the first of its kind, had a pretty unoptimized geometry, performing far better than even the cutting-edge transistors that had decades of research behind them. So, not really believable. Compared to data substitution, accusations of unrealistic precision are much less visually obvious, but because the committee eventually got access to the raw data files, it gave them the chance to run some rigorous analysis on his numbers. In several instances, Hendrik would have graphs where the scales just seemed too large to be measurable, or the curves just looked way too good to be true. Here you have a pretty standard curve for a superconductor. As the temperature approaches absolute zero, it abruptly drops off and then goes to zero. Except the superconductor in question shouldn't have such an abrupt transition. It's generally expected that the transition point has a lot more fluctuations. So that alone was already suspicious, but looking at the raw data, all of these points fit a mathematical expression, and all of these points are exactly zero. That leaves only 4 points out of a total 117 that might, just might, be genuine data. Now you might be curious, how can you tell if data is generated from an equation, or whether it's a genuine measurement? Take accusation 10, where he's again measuring the resistivity of several superconducting samples. If you have a set of points and you want to see whether the points were generated from actual measurements or from an equation, here's what you do. This is a graph of a simple parabola, x squared. If you want to know the slope at a given point, you take its derivative. That derivative works out to 2x, and it's a perfectly straight line, as you'd expect. The second derivative is the slope of the slope. You can kind of think of it as a single number that represents the smoothness of a curve. In this case, the second derivative is a constant value, 2. Now, what I've done here is take the original x squared equation, and I've plotted a bunch of points using it, but I've also injected a little bit of random noise. Now, what do you think its derivatives will look like? It's a mess. This is what real data should look like. If your first and second derivatives look like nice, smooth curves, something is fishy. Anytime the committee was able to get their hands on data that Hendrik used, they did the second derivative test. Now let's take a step back to these curves. Here is the first derivative test. They're all perfectly straight lines, but multiplied by a different factor. You can even see the same ripples around 55 Kelvin, so you know they're based on the same equation. What about the second derivative? Holy shit, he didn't even try to hide it. You can actually tell where he added points manually, where it spiked.
Christ. Look at that noise.
Spikes up like this. Finally, accusation 18. This one is a big one. Hendrik's unpublished paper on his aluminum oxide sputtering. This was supposed to answer all the questions of researchers who couldn't recreate his results. Let's see how it holds up. Hendrik claimed in multiple papers that his aluminum oxide could support up to 70 to 80 million volts per centimeter. The most any other group could achieve was 12 to 15 million, a factor 5 times lower. Hendrik sampled 600 devices and measured their breakdown field, which is the field where the devices fail and get torn apart. It resulted in a Gaussian distribution like you see here, except 600 points is far too low a sample size for such good agreement, and the chance of that occurring is, 0.02%, so not super plausible. And as it turns out, a Gaussian isn't even the expected distribution you'd see here. You'd anticipate seeing a Weibull distribution, which for someone doing a half-assed fake might confuse with a Gaussian at a glance. The next figure in question is a contour map of pressure.
That is not a Gaussian, as you can tell.
Versus deposition rate, with red spots indicating the best results. Hendrik claimed he recorded 144 different deposition rates, and he reported his breakdown field with enough decimal places that it would have required at least 36 measurements to be accurate. What that means is he would have had to take a total of 36 times 144 total data points, which works out to the fabrication and testing of 5,184 separate devices. And you thought 1,300 was bad. If we assume, again, quite generously, that it takes him 5 minutes to both make and test each device, it would have taken Hendrik 18 straight days of non-stop work. Hendrik didn't act.
I said zombie the last time for 1,300. 18 straight days. That is a stunning amount of no sleep. Yeah, damn. We don't work like that. Trust me, I know the human body. Nah, it's physically possible.
Actually measure 5,000 data points. When asked, he claimed he expanded his 36 data point set to over 5,000 by interpolating between points, which is a completely meaningless and information-destroying procedure for an experiment explicitly meant to show process variations. I don't understand. What? Finally, it was discovered through an email conversation with Betlog that he initially claimed he was going to sweep his voltage at a rate of 0.001 volts per second. Betlog pointed out that it would take 2.4 years for that to finish, and he promptly changed the voltage sweep from a value of 0.001 to 1 volt per second, a factor of 1,000 difference. The resulting plot from this voltage sweep was the following. Note how the data is perfectly mirrored at the point where he starts to sweep in the other direction. And here we are. At the end of the day, the most blatant and error-filled paper of Hendrik's was the one he never wanted to publish in the first place.
It wouldn't be appropriate to hold you responsible for every plot that you made at each point during the course of research. So it seemed like a clean line to say, if it's a publication, that's sort of equivalent to, sort of testifying under oath. It was never published, but it was very widely circulated in the community as sort of a defense of his aluminum oxide. And so we decided to include that one as actual because of its wide distribution.
His secret ingredient had always been his aluminum oxide, and when put under a microscope, his excuses and explanations fell apart. And if he was lying about this, every paper he had ever touched was in doubt. Aw, you hear that? That's all the time we have, folks. You've been a great audience. Give yourself a big hand. Time to tell Hendrik here what he's won. Hendrik was found to have committed 16 out of the 24 formal allegations of scientific misconduct. 6 out of 9 for data substitution, 7 out of 9 for unrealistic precision, and 3 out of 6 for contradictory physics. Note the carefully chosen language on the ones he wasn't found guilty of. While troubling, this instance on its own does not provide compelling evidence of scientific misconduct. Or, the preponderance of evidence indicates that Hendrik Schoen fabricated data in this case. However, since no relationship between the fabricated data and any published data has been established, no finding of scientific misconduct is warranted. Why was that, do you think? The data they were able to gather came from submissions Hendrik made to journals, where the data points were still embedded in Word documents or graphs copy-pasted into PowerPoint slides. He claimed it was standard practice not to keep written logs, which is not true. First of all, who the fuck is this man not keeping written logs of his once in a
That is bollocks. You need the evidence. You need the evidence. So, sing like does it. Warning bells. Keep everything. For a really reason. Unbelievable.
Generation breakthroughs. What about digital copies? Still none. What do you think the official reason he gave for that was? Like, I genuinely want you to guess. I want you to make up an excuse so bad you'd never even dream of using it because you'd be too embarrassed to pretend it was even real. He deleted them because he ran out of hard drive space. So you're telling me that a man famous for breakthroughs in several disciplines, who was known for doing some of the cheapest research at the company, didn't think he could ask for an extra hard drive? It shouldn't come as a shock that during the investigation they found that Hendrik had not a single working or even non-working device for them to analyze. He claimed that all of them were A, damaged during measurement, which, sure, let's assume high voltage breakdown led to some occasional broken devices, that's plausible. B, were damaged during transit from constants. Alright, sure, I'm playing along, I'll humor you. C, he threw them in the garbage. Hendrik was fired the same day the report was published. Hendrik maintains that even though he falsified the data in his publications, he was observing a genuine physical effect, and that further research will validate his findings. Whether that happens or not,
No evidence. Won't believe you.
it sounds like he fundamentally doesn't understand what he did wrong. All those awards he won, after weeks of negative headlines, he returned the prize money alongside his co-winners. The Schoen scandal remains one of the most prolific and highly publicized cases of academic fraud in living memory. In 2007, Nature even published a misconduct special, with Hendrik front and center. Among all these cases, the Schoen scandal is unique in that it's one of the few fraud scandals where the central figure was unequivocally found to be guilty, and the law allowed for them to be stripped of their academic standing.
After a lengthy investigation of their own, the University of Constance revoked his PhD in 2004. This fact is a lot more significant than you might initially think, as revoking a degree is extremely rare, as well as a legally complex process, and it often comes down to the provincial or state laws where the university is located. Even then, the authority to do so is usually reserved for cases where there is clear misconduct associated with the PhD thesis itself, most often plagiarism. The university conducted an investigation of Hendrik's thesis and noted that although they found mistakes, they never actually found any clear evidence of fraud, but still deemed Hendrik unworthy of his doctorate.
Yeah, I mean, they said it was a reputational thing, and I'm still a little bit uncomfortable with taking away a degree retroactively based on things that were done later. It seems like if you got a degree legitimately, unless it was shown later that you had obtained a degree fraudulently, which I didn't think they worked very hard on showing that. So,
for this reason, Hendrik sued on the grounds that Constance didn't actually have the authority to revoke his degree. And in 2009, the Administrative Court of Freiburg agreed with him. However, in 2011, the Administrative Court of Mannheim argued that under the State Higher Education Act, unworthiness can relate to scientific conduct. And to paraphrase the legal decision, a PhD is an endorsement of an individual's research abilities, and the title holder enjoys an increased level of trust in the eyes of both the scientific community and the public. Therefore, a serious violation of scientific ethics warrants the removal of the degree. This decision was upheld by the Federal Administrative Court, and the Federal Constitutional Court actually declined to even view Hendrik's additional complaint. As of 2011, Hendrik is no longer a doctor.
On top of that, the German Research Council banned Hendrik from receiving research funding for 8 years, as well as barring him from acting as a peer reviewer for journals. He's still allowed to work in physics, mind you, just not as a doctor. He now works as a process engineer at a firm in Germany. So why was Hendrik never criminally charged? Well, the US federal policy on research conduct only applies to research that is government funded. Because all research was internally funded by Lucent, a private corporation, no criminal charges could be applied. The most lasting consequence, though, was on his publication record. The Bell Labs report led to 28 papers being retracted. On top of that, 8 others were deemed highly questionable, which is a polite way to say we wouldn't trust anything in this. This works out to almost a third of Hendrik's entire career output being deemed invalid. And despite all that, Hendrik is still only the 10th most retracted author of all time. But I assume you don't have another 18 hours to spare, so unfortunately, we'll have to move on. It's hard to argue that Hendrik didn't get exactly what he deserved. Far better people have lost their jobs for doing far less than what Hendrik did. The much more hotly debated question is whether his colleagues shared proper responsibility. Although the committee's report goes out of its way to state that only Hendrik was guilty of misconduct, there is a separate question of whether his co-authors met their professional responsibilities. Co-authors, by their very nature, are implicitly endorsing any piece of work their name appears on. Collaborative scientific research requires a high level of trust among the participants. However, such trust must be balanced with a responsibility to ensure the veracity of all results. Shared credit for the accomplishment must be matched with shared responsibility.
But we were also aware that someone like, say, Christian Klock, who was providing samples, would not have the expertise to evaluate the electrical measurements, for example. So holding everybody responsible for the whole paper doesn't seem like a constructive way to deal with it.
Operating under this standard, the committee determined that all of Hendrik's co-authors met the minimum responsibilities, but did not go as far as to say they were entirely blameless. In particular, they questioned whether Betlog, as the distinguished leader of the research, took a sufficiently critical stance. The argument being that exceptional results demand exceptional skepticism, and Hendrik's work certainly was exceptional. Betlog, more than anyone, was in a position to cross that line of trust and question the integrity of Hendrik's results.
Maybe you'd like to think that people judge papers solely on the basis of their content, but reputation is a very important part of science. People work very hard to get a reputation, and when someone has a reputation, they get an automatic degree of credibility. If there had been a Nobel Prize, it seems likely that Bertram would be on the Nobel Prize as well.
Despite their critiques, the committee stopped short of calling for further disciplinary action for anyone other than Hendrik. These are extraordinarily difficult questions, which go to the heart of what we as a community of scientists expect of one another professionally. The committee does not consider itself qualified to make a specific judgment in this case, in the absence of a broader consensus on the nature of the responsibilities of participants in collaborative research endeavors. What about the journals? How accountable are they? Speaking in general terms, editors at both Science and Nature emphasize that while they try to run a thorough review process, they do not aim to guarantee that everything they publish is right. Our goal is the advancement of science. Does it advance science? Even a paper that's wrong can encourage new science. Even if that is the case, should there not be a reevaluation of the checks and balances in place? Make it so fraud can't slip by undetected? No, answers Donald Levi. Referees need to assume that the authors are operating in good faith. Once you admit the possibility of fraud, it becomes nearly impossible to evaluate the paper. It would be very damaging to the progress of science if every paper had to be screened for fraud. This sentiment is echoed by Hendrik's former department head, Federico Capasso. Scientists are good at detecting genuine technical errors, but not at detecting fraud, because their system is based on trust. Yes, we were all fooled.
Most people in research don't think acceptance in a peer-reviewed journal is a mark of truth. It's not that simple. And there can be honest mistakes, but there can also be devious or intentional distortions. I don't know. I think it's kind of it's an easy excuse for the journals to say, well, we can't really find fraud.
As of this video, it's been over 20 years since the start of Hendrik's forgery. Nearly 2 decades of scientific progress. Was there any truth to Hendrik's work? Was he right that he would ultimately be validated with further research? The first molecular transistor was created, for real this time, in 2009 by a joint team at Yale and the Gwangju Institute in South Korea. He was only off by 8 years. So, how about Moore's Law? I don't mean to be a downer, but Moore's Law has been dead for more than a decade, and molecular transistors were never going to save it. Moore's Law was never a physical law, it was an economic one. The top chip manufacturers have been continually pushing back their smaller chip releases or canceling them entirely. It's not too difficult to lay down a single molecule connecting two gold wires. The issue is connecting it to electrical contacts large enough to be useful, without noise dominating the signal from your electrode. Apply slightly too large a voltage, you might physically be tearing gold atoms off the contacts.
I think from a practical aspect, it wasn't clear what was going to come out of it. But it wasn't clear when Bell Labs invented the transistor what was going to come out of it. Like the first transistor, they didn't actually think it was going to be in computers. I think the story is they thought like, oh, it might be good for radios or something.
So is that it? The age of digital progress has come to an end? No. Computing power will keep growing, but the solution isn't going to be in the form of fitting more transistors onto a chip. The resurrection of Moore's Law, if we even call it that, will come in the form of running several chips in parallel, will come from advances in solid-state drives, AI, machine learning, and maybe, just maybe, quantum computing. Let's give that last one 50 years or so. Sadly, the plastic revolution he kicked off never really came to fruition.
And then some people continued along that line. There's people that kept working on this organic electronics after Schoen scandal, but then eventually, I don't know, that work sort of hasn't continued.
That's not to say organics is a dead-end field though. They have their own little niche. They're incredibly cheap to produce for large surface areas, can be made at room temperature, and have applications in flexible and biodegradable devices. Plus, organic LEDs have dominated high-def TV displays for the past decade. Oh, by the way, if there's one carbon-based molecule you should be looking out for...
But what ended up happening was, I think a lot of people and I was in that boat, started working on graphene. I had been reading, I had read all these papers, right? I'd spent a year reading all about solid-state physics with organic electronics, so I thought, okay, I'll just work on graphene. So I think me getting into graphene...
That is a lot of papers. Dear God. And I finally read. And like I keep saying, physics. Now, if there were biology, give me them.
Graphene was partly a result of dealing with the whole Schoen thing.
First isolated in 2004 and winner of the 2010 Nobel in Physics. On top of an absurd conductivity and a high tolerance for temperature, it's quite literally the strongest material on Earth, harder than even diamond. Just gotta wait a few decades to drive down that production cost. In spite of everything, the field of organics managed to survive and arguably thrive without him.
Graphene is awesome. And yes, stronger than diamond. So that's the Mohs scale being updated. Wow. That's funny. Well said.
Of course, it's easy to look at the field as a whole and see little to no lasting damage, but on an individual level, some were luckier than others. Hendrik's papers kicked off a revolution. From the perspective of the academic community, organics was the new hot field, and hundreds of eager grad students and postdocs bet everything on it. Many of them wasted months or even years trying to replicate results that weren't even real in the first place. Funding applications, scholarships, and PhD proposals were unknowingly based on a foundation of lies. In total, he had spent 2 years trying to replicate the Bell Labs results, but he hesitated to say that it was a complete waste of time. He said he learned a lot about transistors by failing to make one. Bhattacharya surfaced to notice that his contemporaries were getting papers published and were being offered jobs as junior professors at good universities. He wasn't. His postdoc research, expected to be a short career stage lasting 2 or 3 years, went on to last 5. At one advisory meeting to assess the progress of Ruth DeBauer's PhD, he recalled the student practically in tears as she presented her mobility measurements and described Jan Hendricks as better. DeBauer said that in this period she was dejected and thinking about giving up on her PhD topic, which would lose time. Goldhaber-Gordon's most experienced postdoc and a graduate student worked on organic crystals for nearly a year. When the fraud came to light, his grad student still had enough years left to switch to another project and graduate with a good dissertation. But his postdoc, Sylvia Lucier, ended up having spent a year in her postdoc position without results, and after leaving the lab, became less active in experimental physics. Although she had other reasons for this, the year of frustration had not helped. You can't bring the time back. It was 2 years I could not use for my CV. It was not a good story to tell. It was my first real research experience. Jochen Ulrich flew to the United States, visited Bell Labs, had an interview, and got a job. But to his disappointment, he never got to explore quantum effects in organic crystals, and had to spend months on the mundane task of trying to remake Schun's field effect transistors. Sick of the materials, he switched to a new topic, but still left science at the end of his postdoc. It was frustrating, he said. I wouldn't go as far as to say that I left science because of this, but it changed the way I thought about science. This is not even mentioning co-workers at Bell Labs who almost certainly lost their jobs when it might otherwise have been Hendrik. Some would argue that science is self-correcting. If someone is committing fraud, further research will naturally uncover them to be liars. But as we saw in this case, Hendrik was not caught through passive research, by letting things play out, but rather through active skepticism and aggressive investigation. The Schun scandal is not just an embarrassing ordeal for a legendary institution. It's a stain on the field that set off a ripple effect of difficult personal and professional decisions. Oddly enough, it seems that those most closely linked to the scandal went on to have largely unaffected careers. Federico Capasso, arguably the most famous scientist ever to work with Hendrik, took on a faculty position at Harvard, where he continued to rack up awards and honors for his contributions to laser science. John Rogers went to U Illinois, and later Northwestern, working on flexible wearable electronics with 80 patents and rising. Christian Klock went on to have a productive, if modest, career as a professor in Singapore. Yanan Bao took a clear productivity hit for the first 3 years following the scandal, but afterwards she had an amazing output as a professor at Stanford. If anything, you could argue her career just had a delayed start to becoming one of the most productive chemists active today. As you might have gathered, none of them remained at Bell Labs, which begs the question, what happened to Bell Labs? I wish there was a less depressing answer. Nothing to do with the Schun scandal, mind you. In the wake of the scandal, widespread policies were instituted that required all changes to remain struck out as part of the digital archive, and all preprint manuscripts were to be hosted on an internal server for technical comments. There's a debate to be had over whether the leadership admitted sufficient fault over the scandal. But truth be told, the corporate end suffered very little from the fallout. The changes the company was about to undergo were part of a much larger, inevitable picture. As it's done several times throughout its existence, Bell Labs transferred ownership. Lucent, an American company, merged with Alcatel, a French company, and in 2006 they became Alcatel-Lucent. This was the first period of growth in a long time for Bell Labs, but it wasn't all good news. By 2008, Alcatel-Lucent announced that it was pulling out of what it called basic science and material research, which included the department that Hendrik once belonged to. The company was instead going to focus on more marketable areas such as networking, software, and wireless communications. By July 2008, there were only 4 on-staff physicists left. The rest had jumped ship for careers in physics departments throughout the US's many distinguished universities. Since then, little has changed. Nokia acquired Alcatel-Lucent in 2015, and they've continued operations ever since. Believe it or not, they make a lot more than indestructible phones. I don't want your takeaway from this to be that economic interests inevitably lead to the death of pure, unfiltered science. I've worked for companies like Lucent, like Nokia, and there are plenty of teams left in the industry doing amazing research. It's just a lot more hardware-based than it is material science. If anything, it's remarkable how long Bell Labs managed to stick around as one of the few commercial beacons of science for science's sake. Wait, did I forget someone earlier? Bertram Betlog left Bell Labs for Switzerland long before suspicions around Hendrik's work became widespread. A quick glance at his publication history tells a fascinating story. You can see his early years toiling away, and then the massive surge due to the superconductor boom of the 80s and 90s. This work would continue to sustain a pretty healthy yearly citation rate even to this day. But towering above all the rest of his accomplishments is the 3-year period where he supervised Jan Hendrik Schön. Despite the criticisms in the Bell Labs report, he didn't lose his job in Zurich. He had no titles revoked. He almost certainly would have had a larger research group if things had gone differently, but considering how central he was to the whole ordeal, he did pretty well for himself. If anything, the most visible impact the scandal had on him was that it takes up half his Wikipedia entry. In the years since the scandal broke, Betlog has adopted a reasonably humble attitude. I think he's accepted his partial responsibility for the scandal now that some time has passed, and he even became involved in teaching a course on scientific ethics at the Swiss Institute for Technology. The month after Hendrik was fired, in the heated aftermath of the scandal, Betlog is quoted as saying the following: "When I am a passenger in a car, and the driver drives through a red light, then I am not to blame." Today, Betlog would probably disagree with that statement. To borrow from his own analogy, if you're the passenger advising a reckless and inexperienced driver, it's your job to pull that car to the side of the road. I really hope that's the closure you wanted, because that's all I have for you.
Yeah. No. Mr. Beast? I'll get that later. Hmm. 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 Let's do something light. Um.
Hello, lovely people. Hello. Hello, lovely people, and welcome to my filming room again with the lovely Stevie Bobby. Hi! We're back for another episode of Sweet Aunt, Spicy Aunt. You're the spicy one.
I wonder if one time we should swap and you try to give spicy answers and I try to give sweet answers.
Oh, we should definitely do that. I'm not prepared though.
Let us know in the comments if you want us to do that.
I think I would be bad at it. I don't even know what I say. I could try. Unclear. No, in this series, we give you some advice to questions you've asked over on my Instagram, at JessicaRushTheCloset, and Stevie's Instagram,
at Stevie Bobby.
I just wanted to make you say it. Any of queries that you have about life, we're here for you. We're ready. We're going to answer. I shall be giving some maybe sweeter, maybe a little gentler advice, potentially. And Stevie's will be more burn everything to the ground.
Block and delete everyone.
But before we dive into it, I have a very exciting announcement. Oh.
I didn't see the point in blocking. I mostly used Twitter to DM for friends. I'm completely off the hellscape, Threads, and Blue Sky. Or you can reach out through my Discord. I'm always there.
Oh, hi! What a delight to see you as I sit here with an important announcement. As of this very moment, yes, this moment right here, this moment where this video is released, this one, hi! All of my merch in my DFTBA shop is currently on sale at 20% off, and these are lines that will not be restocked. That's the Tilly and Walter iron-on patches, the Some Such Tosh enamel pin, the Crest enamel pin. There are still a few, and supporting the channel.
Do you like spicy food?
I love spicy food.
Yeah.
What kind of question is that?
I wonder which of us can handle spicier food.
How would I live with...
I'm a mixture. Don't get me wrong. Probably more sweeter. But if anyone is hurting or otherwise making my NB uncomfortable, I go more than spicy. They did describe me as nuclear threat. You leave my enemy alone.
My wife if I didn't eat spicy food.
Yeah, I feel like there's so many different kinds of spice, and sometimes Josie will be freaking out about how spicy something is and I'm like, it's fine, and then sometimes I'll be like, this is way too spicy, and she's like, it's not. So
no, I have a baby who complains if things aren't spicy enough. Like, you know, when people serve you prawn crackers but they're like the plain prawn crackers, he does not eat them now because he's like, I feel lied to. Give me the spicy type prawn cracker.
Sensory seeking, love it.
How do you tell your parents no as an adult?
You know, I did see this TikTok that was talking about how if you learn how to gentle parent children, you can do that with your parents. So like when they're saying things that are inappropriate, or if you just want to say no to them, do gentle parenting tactics to them. So if they're like, I mean, no, you have to let me show up at this time at your place, even though you've told me multiple times that I shouldn't show up at that time. You can be like, I understand you're having big feelings about this right now, but you know, no is no. We have to respect each other's boundaries, that type of thing.
I'm hearing your frustration about this situation.
Yeah.
However, this is a hard no this time, and we will have to address this later.
Also, you can validate their feelings. You can be like, you know, exactly what we both just said.
Wow, gosh, okay. Huh. Yeah, so interesting. We very much gentle parent our child. he has no issue saying no to us. So clearly that works out. Yeah, goodness. Okay, I better bring out my gentle parenting handbook and see if that works the other way around.
It's great in customer service jobs as well, you know, if you have any customer service experience. De-escalation.
Next. How do I flirt? No one seems to realise when I'm into them.
Hard same. This was me for a very long time, all of my dating. And then I met my wife, who also does not realise often when I flirt with her. Although the great thing about her is that you can just tell her stuff.
Yeah, my tactic is always to accuse them of flirting with you. And
Easy. Kind of flirt. I have worse. A lot of my bisexuals don't seem to struggle with flirting. Funny that. Oh, I'm bisexual.
and then see how they react.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah, straight out there.
Just manipulate them, you know what I mean? Be like, are you flirting with me? It's better if like the thing they said, not flirting at all.
Is that not sort of off-putting for the other person?
Yeah.
Okay, but would they not, if they had been considering maybe flirting with you, and then you've just come on a bit like, are you flirting with me? And now they're like, oh wow, absolutely not now.
Yeah, I think if they like pause or act kind of uncomfortable, you can just say, oh my god, I'm just kidding, it's totally fine, LOL. And if they go, oh my god, I would never flirt with you, you're not my type, then you have your answer, you know?
Okay, but then what if they paused because they were uncomfortable, but then you just said, I was joking, but now they're confused because you said that you were joking.
Then you do it again. You have to follow it up with accusing them of flirting with you again, like once or twice a day, every time you hang out with them, until they say yes.
How long does this normally take? So my flirting issue is that I'm very openly, effusively, positively kind to everyone around me. So most people tend to think that I am flirting with them all the time, including middle-aged men, in situations where I really don't want them to think that I'm flirting with them. It's really quite uncomfortable, actually. But if it's someone I specifically want to know that I'm flirting with them, I really have to go quite beyond and quite out there because I call everyone darling. If your issue is that cuddly, kind and a little bit flirty with everyone, if you're a bit of a flirt, let's be honest here, if you're a bit of a flirt with everyone and this one person is really catching your eye, then maybe you're actually going to have to just lay it on a bit.
You could just straight up say, I am flirting with you.
I know this sounds like I'm flirting with you, but that's because I am.
Yeah! Everyone will love that.
You really are very gorgeous.
Alright, we need a gif of that.
Advice for a relationship that's going from a friendship to more after several years.
Take it a little slow, feel it out, because if this is a very deep friendship that you've had for a number of years and it means an awful lot to the two of you and it's starting to slide into somewhere that could be a bit romantic, the worry might be, you know, oh, are we just testing the romantic waters? Like, what if it actually isn't fully romantic? What if this doesn't work out for us? Will we be damaging our friendship? But first of all, just know that lots of friendships have romantic moments and you can still be friends. And also, just because someone becomes your romantic partner doesn't mean that you stop being friends with them. My wife is my best friend. That is, in many ways, separate to her being my wife and my romantic partner. Like, she is my best friend. She is the funniest person I know. So there's that element. And then there might also be some fear around just the unknown of a new romantic relationship.
Yeah, I think the opposite. I think you should go hard, fast, move in together, talk about kids right now to avoid slipping back into, because you've had a longer amount of time establishing like an emotional baseline for your friendship and what that means. So if you like slowly do it, then you, in my
Excuse me. Sorry about that.
my opinion, risks sliding back into friendship. So you should get married right now.
Have kids tomorrow.
Yeah.
That will definitely help the situation.
Elope.
What are some sweet and spicy ways to decorate my disability aids? For example, my walking stick and walker.
Cover your walking stick in pearls, and then you can go to a place that does sprays motorbikes. Sorry, sometimes I have to act things out. Sprays motorbikes, and you can get them to like decorate your walker in pastel colours, like a pastel rainbow.
Love that.
I think that'd be really nice. Also, I quite like tassels.
That's a little bit toeing the line of sweet and spicy.
How is that toeing the line?
I feel like tassels are a little bit spicy.
It depends, firstly, on what colour your tassels are.
Are you not talking about nipple tassels?
Absolutely not, Stevie.
What other kind of tassels?
Reel it back in.
Didn't know. Cool. Next time I see them. Ooh. Yeah. Cool. I need remote. Have to get down. I don't know. Homos. Nice one. Okay. I'll ask. The next time I get money is 7th of January. 3 weeks. It's a Tuesday.
So the spicy way to decorate a walker and a cane, in my opinion, is to add testicles to the cane. Testicles to the cane. And
sorry, what?
The walker, you can like make a giant vulva to put on the front of it so people will see you coming.
Okay.
Anyway, tell me more about tassels.
Yeah.
Wait, we have to do this now. I have to make a cane with testicles and you have to have one with pearls all over it.
That's definitely going on your channel.
Move that question to my channel.
Where can I find queer...
Stevie, please do not put testicles on your walking stick. Don't get me wrong, testicles are important. But, no.
girls when I don't have time to go clubbing.
Oh my gosh, I don't think you need to go clubbing to find queer girls.
Depends on where you live. There's so many places.
No, because I don't think, right, okay. I think you need to find someone in life who matches with you, right? And if you're not a clubbing person, why go clubbing to meet your person who matches with you? So you would just be meeting people who go clubbing, but then what?
Yeah.
Then the person that you meet is like, I'm gonna go clubbing, you coming? You're like, no, sorry, that was a one-time thing so I could meet you. I'm never doing it again.
Yeah.
The club that I used to go to is called the Cat House. And too many fucking stairs. So no. So if I did go again, no drinking, I don't relish the idea of falling down all those stairs again. Not doing it.
And you don't match. Whereas if you maybe found some other kind of like daytime queer women's groups to go along to, even if, and God, I remember doing this because obviously chronic illness, I'm not great at nighttime stuff, and I know we all have different times to be awake. I'm looking at you.
No,
for me,
Jessica's saying all disabled people cannot be out at nighttime. That's why disabled spots only allow you to park in the daytime.
So me personally, not great after the hours of dark. So I very much was like, let's look around for things that young lesbians want to do in the daytime. And I found like the Queer Women's Walking Club. It was a great thing for me. like Queer Women's Cinema Club, Queer Women's Lunch Club, and every single woman there, other than me, was over the age of 50. I was like, okay, well, hi friends, hi everyone, hi. But the thing is, you start to meet people and create a network. So yes, maybe not everyone there is going to be your date, but they might know someone who knows someone who knows someone who knows someone, and then you meet other people.
Because we live in Brighton, which is very gay, very queer, lots and lots of events and clubs and stuff like that. Like, we don't necessarily have to go clubbing because it's not the only thing that there is, but a lot of places, there's no such thing as like a queer space that doesn't have alcohol, or is a sober space, or is a daytime event. Like, I would say most of the world does not have events other than gay clubs or gay bars. So that can be a bit tricky. When I have been in places that don't really have a lot of queer events, I just get on Tinder and try to make friends that way, put on my profile, looking for friends. In lots of places, queer people are friends with each other and they throw their own dinner parties, or they go to the cinema in a group, or, you know, like the most unrealistic thing about like representation of queer people in media is that there's like a bunch of straight people and they have one gay friend. I've never ever in my life known a gay person who is the only gay person in a friend group. Like, you know, we tend to stick together, so.
Oh, we did for a while have a gay friend group with our like token straight girl though.
Yeah, that exists for sure.
That does happen. We do have the token straights.
Go to your ex's birthday party?
You know, that kind of thing. We actually had one of our best friends is a girl that Claudia went on a date with once. And they really did not hit it off at all on that date. And then we're like, hey bud, should we end this here? She was like, yeah bud, let's not do that. Let's just be pals. And we're like, yeah. And now they're really good friends. We're really good friends. We're great friends with her partner, and we're all part of a bigger group.
Yeah, so you can go on a Tinder date with someone you know that you might not necessarily end up with or be interested in, just so that you can score an invite and someone playing matchmaker later on.
Yeah, don't swipe away from someone. I actually don't know which way you swipe, but don't swipe away from someone because you're like, they're too much like me. No, maybe you should click on. Is that how?
Click on?
I don't know.
Super like.
I've been married a while, okay?
I couldn't tell you if it's swipe left or right, I don't remember. But also, I get confused because sometimes people think this means swipe left, some people think this means swipe left. I don't know which one I think. I think this is swipe left. If you're looking at the phone, because I'm trying to get to the page that's left of it. So if I drag the page that way, I'm swiping left. Right. But a lot of people think that it's swiping right. Yeah. So I never know which one it is. I get them confused.
Anyway, thank you so much for this education in swiping left and right. Brilliant, we'll come back to you on that one. As always, it's been a pleasure to have you, Steve. Thank you. I really look forward to decorating canes and walkers with you in a future video on your channel.
Definitely.
It's going to be an experience. However, you can right now hop over to Stevie's channel via a link in the description for the second part of our Sweet Aunt Spicy Aunt today, where we'll be answering more of your questions and hopefully learning more about not Tinder swiping left and right, because we apparently don't have that down yet, which is left and which is right. Who knows? But Stevie, where else can people find you on the internet?
Well, you can also click on the playlist to watch all of the episodes that we've ever made of Sweet Aunt Spicy Aunt, but I'm also on TikTok and Instagram and Twitter and YouTube. It's either Stevie or Stevie Bobby.
And you can find those linked in the description down below. Thank you so much for watching, and don't forget that everything in my merch store is from today 20% off, and everything will indeed be gone very soon, because it is indeed closing. And happy International Women's Day!
To those who celebrate.
Wait, do we not all celebrate International Women's Day?
Oh yeah, you're not a woman.
I think you can still celebrate International Women's Day. You're just celebrating women.
How do you celebrate International Women's Day? Tradition that you do? Like
apparently I clap. No,
maybe making a vulva walker. Or one with testicles, you know. Women have all different genitals.
Actually, one thing I like to do is share in my stories female creators who I think
cute!
are really
I
great.
love that.
That's one of the things I like to do. But I also just like to send text messages to women that I like.
I love that. That's a great tradition. Text some women that you like.
So thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye!
Talking,
Right. It's lovely talking to you as always.
Oh, hello.
We were just talking about you kids.
I'm Denise Heberly.
And I'm Bill Goodman.
Together, we've been fighting fascism for over 50 years.
And so much has changed over those 50 years, such as the ingredients to a successful firebomb.
And the glass that bank windows are made of.
But there's one thing that hasn't changed over 50 years, something that is so important to tell you kids who are new to this movement.
Shut the fuck up. You're sitting in the police transport van after a protest?
Shut the fuck up. In a holding cell with your comrades?
Shut the fuck up. Cop knocks on your door?
Shut the fuck up.
Texting on an unsecured device?
Shut the fuck up. Pulled over by the cops after a protest?
Shut the fuck up. Cop just asking about your day?
Shut the fuck up. Feds call your mom?
Tell your mother to shut the fuck up.
Now, repeat after me. When the cops come calling, what do you do?
Shut the fuck up!
I'm Kitty Little, or Kitty Marshall, and I approve this message. Yeah.
Hey guys! So in case you haven't noticed, it takes me
Oh, I'm sorry, were you expecting somebody else? Well, what better way to introduce a trope talk on plot twists than with my very own plot twist?
Get out of here, I need the chair.
But I was doing a bit.
Shoot! Plot twists are kind of a hot topic these days. Or at least they were several weeks back when Game of Thrones ended its 10-year run, everyone lost their minds, and I decided to start writing this talk. For those of you viewing this in the future, when both Game of Thrones and the Polar Ice Caps are a distant irrelevant memory, Game of Thrones ran for 8 seasons but ran out of book material after 5, leaving the showrunners to stumble through seasons 6 through 8 with only George R.R. Martin's notes to guide them. For the most part, they seem to have done an alright job for seasons 6 and 7, but general consensus is they made a bit of a mess in the final stretch. Now, where exactly Game of Thrones went wrong is a subject for other
Understatement. Hands up if you've seen Game of Thrones. I started watching when series 3 started. So I was two behind. And yes, I did lose my shit towards the middle of series 7. Dear God.
Other more invested YouTubers, preferably ones who have actually watched the show instead of absorbing the plot through gift sets and furious Twitter threads, but I'm more interested in the discussion the disappointing finale sparked in both writer and fan communities pertaining to predictability and plot twists. See, most of the characters in Game of Thrones had complex character arcs that had been following fairly understandable trajectories, and a good chunk of the fanbase pretty much assumed that after 7 seasons they could kinda see where things were going for the finale. Cersei Lannister had gone full Mad Queen, so the assumption was that her brother and noted Mad Kingslayer Jaime was going to fulfill his character arc, outgrowing their abusive relationship to do the right thing and take her out, in the process fulfilling a prophecy that Cersei would be killed by her younger brother and replaced by a more beautiful queen. Jon Snow had been revealed to be the true heir to the Iron Throne, but this wasn't common knowledge in universe, and everyone kind of assumed his character arc would end with him killing the big scary Night King, possibly dying in the process. And Daenerys was on a pretty solid trajectory for taking the throne, possibly while pregnant with Jon's son, the true heir, additionally fulfilling some other prophecy stuff about the circumstances under which Daenerys would have another kid. It's complicated, and like I said, I didn't actually watch the show. But my god, Game of Thrones fans would not stop talking about it. I've absorbed more of Game of Thrones through pop culture osmosis than I remember from some shows I actually watched. The point is, there were a lot of plot threads to wrap up, but most of them tied together into neat little endings that, at this point, 10 years in, everyone could kind of see coming. And then people got a little concerned when Arya Stark killed the Night King. Like, good for her, girl power I guess, but this was the first hint that maybe the showrunners were deliberately trying to subvert the audience's expectations in the final stretch. Oh, you just assumed Jon would kill the Night King because they've been sharing an arc and he's basically the main character at this point? Ha! Gotcha. But then, in the last few episodes, the showrunners did 2 things that managed to piss everybody off. First, they made Jaime go back to Cersei, abandoning his love interest Brienne after what amounted to a one-night stand, proclaiming his love for Cersei and his general disdain for the innocent people he's made a habit of sacrificing everything to protect, and then he and Cersei get killed by falling rocks. And second, they made Daenerys go crazy and murder a city full of innocent people after she made it her life's mission to save the innocent, empower the enslaved to rise up against their masters, and break the wheel of tyranny and destruction. This really made people think that the showrunners were just trying to subvert the audience's expectations for shock value rather than bring the stories to a satisfying end. You expected Jaime's character arc to have some sort of dramatic conclusion, but instead we rolled back 6 seasons of character development and dropped a building on his head. You expected Cersei to get what was coming to her in some dramatic prophetic confrontation, but instead we made her comparatively sympathetic as former good-hearted Daenerys burned her city to the ground. And we dropped a building on her head. You expected Daenerys to overcome her relentlessly terrible life and use the power and autonomy she gained to help those similarly imprisoned and used, but instead we made her go crazy and murder everybody so Jon Snow could murder her. Oh, and if you thought Jon would get to be king after finding out he's the rightful heir and everything, nope, he's going back to exile in the north for murdering Daenerys. Oh, man, we still need a king. Oh, what about that psychic wheelchair kid we forgot existed for most of the season? Yeah, he'll make a fine king. Oh, and make sure we call him Bran the Broken, because I bet the disabled members of the audience weren't expecting to feel terrible today.
Calling him Bran the Broken pissed me off. Thanks.
I like to refer to this writing technique as shock bait. I mean, if they wanted the heart-wrenching Mad Queen is unexpectedly killed by her grieving lover scene, they already had the perfect setup with Cersei and Jaime.
I'm alright. Thank you. Kind of stiff. Not too much pain. Few. I have peaks and troughs that are a bit more pronounced, though. You said it. Plus, I've got this. My fentanyl patch. It works.
Amy, but the point wasn't the scene, it was the shock. Yeah, I bet you were expecting this show to actually be good. Well, joke's on you. So this got people talking about plot twists and subverting expectations, because for a long time we kind of assumed they were the same thing. Oh, it's a twist because it surprised us. Oh, it surprised us, so what a twist. But when faced with a cavalcade of subverting expectations that somehow contained basically no effective plot twists, we all had to reevaluate what exactly they meant and why we wanted to subvert expectations at all. So what makes a plot twist a twist, and what separates it from subverting expectations? Well, fundamentally, the difference is in focus. A plot twist is a story element that redirects the plot from its former trajectory. Subverting expectations is an audience impact that results from events in the story. One is cause, the other is effect, so while they're related, they're not equivalent. Now, the other reason plot twists and such were in the public consciousness so much in the first half of 2019 was the release of Avengers Endgame and the total spoiler embargo for the first week it was out in theaters. This got a lot of people talking about how dumb the concept was, and a number of people put forward the opinion that if knowing the twists in advance ruins the viewing experience of a movie, the problem is probably with the movie and how it apparently has no rewatch value. I'm not saying you should spoil movies, just that this is what people were talking about because it was literally impossible to get any information about this movie. Now, the concept of a spoiler is firmly on the audience impact side of things. Spoilers don't affect the plot, aka the cause, but they affect the audience response, aka the effect. When a plot twist is spoiled, it just tells the audience that the twist is coming, effectively turning a first viewing into a second. Spoiling a twist takes away the first impact and replaces it with a kind of suspense, not really ruining the experience, just changing it. Alfred Hitchcock's thoughts on suspense are pretty much legendary at this point. He suggests that if you show an audience a room full of people and suddenly blow it up, the audience feels a few seconds of shock. But if you show the audience a room full of people and tell them a bomb under the table will go off in 10 minutes, the audience has 10 minutes of suspense. By giving the audience information, the audience knows enough to be afraid. In effect, a spoiler, or a second viewing, gives the audience information that turns the lead up to a plot twist into Hitchcockian suspense. By now, pretty much everyone on the planet knows that at the end of Game of Thrones Season 1, Ned Stark is killed. At the time, this was a twist. Now everybody watching Season 1 goes through it dreading what they know is inevitable. The problem I keep running into with discussions of spoilers and subverting audience expectations and stuff is that you can only ever surprise your audience once. And that's cool, getting that initial what is great, but if your end goal is just to shock them, your story kind of ends up one use only. If you tell your audience there's a bomb under the table and then one of the characters gets stabbed by a clown, you don't win because your audience is going, what? This is why the real substantial plot twists have more to them than just surprising the audience on a first viewing. So, having gotten all that out of the way, let's actually talk about plot twists. Broadly, there are two major kinds of plot twists, and there's totally overlap between them. It's not a strict categorization. There are basically retroactive twists and trajectory twists. Retroactive twists reveal something to the audience that retroactively changes the way the story up to this point can be interpreted. On their own, they normally happen near the end of the story and mostly affect the rewatch value. But retroactive twists can happen at any point in the story, they'll just affect the rewatch value up to this point. A retroactive twist is usually a revelation of some kind, a new bit of information revealed to the audience and or the characters. Some of the most iconic plot twists are in this category. The Sixth Sense, Planet of the Apes, and Citizen Kane are the big ones. He Was Dead All Along and It Was Earth All Along were so popular that they're kind of generic twists by now, although It Was His Sled All Along is a little too niche to enjoy the same popularity. A trajectory twist, on the other hand, is an unexpected event in story that radically changes where the plot is going from there. They usually happen before the final act of the story, so the plot actually has time to change. If a retroactive twist happens early enough in the story, it usually also has the same effect. The finale of Game of Thrones Season 1 gives us a trajectory twist in the form of Ned Stark's death, unceremoniously removing the presumed main character and scattering his family in disarray, leaving us uncertain of where things are going from there. In Terminator 2, relatively early in the movie, the Arnoldnator whips a shotgun out of a box of roses and tells John to get down instead of shooting him, which is when we learn that the scary Arnold Terminator is actually the good guy and the innocuous policeman Terminator is actually a really scary bad guy. This tells us straight out that T2 isn't going to be like the first Terminator. This time, the bodyguard figure isn't a squishy human soldier, but is instead the indestructible metal badass that was trying so hard to kill them. And this one's not going to be horror, it's going to be all action, baby. By the way, looping back to the spoiler discussion a little, I was unsurprisingly spoiled about this particular twist before seeing the movie since it came out in 1991, but the interesting thing is that while knowing it in advance removes some of the oomph from the scenes when Arnold whips out the shotgun, it basically reframes all the scenes leading up to it to be seen from the Terminator's perspective instead of John's. Watching it thinking the Terminator's trying to kill John puts us in his head as he tries to get away, but knowing the Terminator's trying to protect him puts us in the Terminator's head as he tries to catch up to him before the T-1000 does. It's exactly as tense because Even though we know the Arnoldnator isn't the threat, we're aware of stakes that John doesn't know about yet. Anyway, a lot of plot twists are both retroactive and trajectory twists. There's a big twist in Spider-Man Homecoming, where as Peter's getting ready for prom, he learns that the Vulture is actually his girlfriend Liz's dad. This is a retroactive twist, as it reframes every scene where the Vulture discusses his family and the bits where we see Liz and her mom, but it's also a trajectory twist, as it leads to the Vulture finding out Peter's secret and kicks Peter back into action as Spider-Man. Steven Universe has a similar character reveal twist, where midway through the 5th season, Steven learns that his mother, the heroic rebel Rose Quartz, was actually the tyrannical pink diamond she was supposedly rebelling against. This reframes 5 whole seasons of stories about Rose Quartz, Pink Diamond, and the rebellion as a whole, and also reframes our image of Pearl, who knew the whole time but was physically compelled to keep it a secret. But it also radically shifts the focus of the plot, as now Steven is determined to stop the conflict with the other diamonds, fix the damage from the Gem War, and do what his mother couldn't in either of her identities. I want to real quick put a spotlight on Into the Spider-Verse, because it had a bunch of plot twists that were all very different and all handled very well. In the trajectory twists category, the big one is the death of Peter Parker, which happens super early in the movie. They give us this perfect Spider-Man in his absolute prime, and right after he promises Miles to help and mentor him in his new abilities, he dies. Miles spends the rest of the movie struggling to find another mentor who can help him get a handle on his powers and trying not to crumble under a mountain of expectations, things he wouldn't have had a problem with if Peter had survived to train him. Most of the other twists are character reveals, which you could consider to be a subcategory of the overlap between retroactive and trajectory twists, because they give you new information about a character that makes you see them retroactively in a new light, but also usually changes how they behave going forward. And it's really fun because the movie explicitly anticipates that its audience knows who Spider-Man is, how he works, and what his bad guys are. We know about Green Goblin, Doc Ock, Kingpin, Tombstone, Scorpion, whatever, and we see Ultimate Green Goblin very early on. Plus, during Peter Parker's intro monologue, we get a flashback glimpse of Doc Ock throwing a car at him. So because the movie expects the audience to know who Spider-Man's villains are, we're anticipating for Doc Ock a portly scientist dude with a bunch of robot arms and some scary shiny goggles, because that is what Doc Ock always looks like. And instead, it turns out that this quirky hipster scientist lady we already saw in a school presentation is the Earth 1610 Doc Ock, and as a bonus, she's packing more supervillain panache than the rest of the crew put together. Bonus points, the reveal is immediately preceded by Peter B. Parker thinking he needs to re-examine his personal biases when he learns the head scientist is actually a lady instead of a portly dude hunched over a computer with some scary shiny goggles. Cheeky. We also get the much less fun Prowler reveal later on, which wasn't a surprise to anyone who was familiar with the Ultimate Spider-Man comics, but I didn't know it going into the movie, and even if it doesn't surprise you, it still impacts because Miles is so affected by it. Miles has been looking for a mentor figure all movie. Even before he gets his powers, his intro shows us that he and his dad are already drifting apart due to the high expectations he puts on Miles. Then after Perfect Peter dies, he tries our Peter, but Peter B isn't exactly mentor material. None of the other Spider people are interested in actually helping him because they're on a bit of a schedule and don't have time, and after a string of crushing disappointments, Miles goes to find the one person who always supported his actual interests, his Uncle Aaron, artsy, independent, rebellious, suave, and fun. And then it turns out Uncle Aaron is the supervillain Prowler who's been hunting him since Perfect Peter died. Obviously, Aaron didn't know he's been trying to kill his nephew, but all Miles cared about is that the only person he felt he could trust has actually been trying to murder him the whole time. Even though we know what's coming, I'd say especially if we know what's coming, the writer preserves the tension and the impact is extremely effective. These are all twists that are fun on the first viewing and better on the second viewing. If you know the scientist lady is Doc Ock, you notice her octagonal glasses or the spare tentacle parts on her desk. If you know Aaron is the Prowler, you understand Miles' dad's disappointment in him and why he doesn't want Miles hanging around him too much. If you know Peter's gonna die, watching him swing around quipping without a care in the world hurts a lot more. But these are good twists. Effective, well-written, good. Let's talk about what makes a bad twist. Broadly, a plot twist is bad, or at least ineffectual, if it ticks one of these boxes. The twist...
Hello. Huge Marvel comic fan. I like the MCU, but comics better. And plus, the way they handled Thanos. I will get all of them. Because I'm a nerd. What a geek. Nerd? Can't remember. But I love Marvel. DC has its place though. But more Marvel. That's why I love Spidey. He's my favorite. With Scarlet Witch, second. Obviously, Cap is up there in the top 5. I have always hated Stark.
Contradicts canon or makes no sense. The twist isn't as clever as it thinks it is. The twist is less interesting than the untwisty natural progression of the plot, or the twist has no meaningful impact. Let's break these down one by one. The twist contradicts canon or makes no sense. This is the easy one. If the twist actively clashes with the rest of the story, the twist is bad. And even if it doesn't clash, if you think too hard about it and it stops making sense, that's not good either. The remake of Planet of the Apes where Mark Wahlberg makes it back to his own time, but now the Lincoln Memorial has a monkey face, that's just confusing and makes no sense. What exactly is it trying to say here? Bad twist. The twist isn't as clever as it thinks it is. If a twist is predictable, simple, or just kind of whatever, then the amount of weight the author puts on it can be distractingly self-indulgent. If the twist isn't actually that twisty or profound, it can be kind of uncomfortable to watch the author go all, "Oh, isn't it so smart? I bet you didn't see this coming." I had this problem with a lot of the later episodes of Sherlock, but let's hit some low-hanging fruit here and make fun of Signs, where the big twist is that the monsters are deadly allergic to water. That's not a very complicated twist, and also it'd be like if a bunch of humans went to a world where it's mostly covered in and actively rains lava and were shocked to discover that we caught fire. They're not even wearing suits. Bad twist. The twist is less interesting than the untwisty natural progression of the plot. This one might actually be a little controversial, but if the plot twist results in something more boring than the non-twist version, that's not good. Any story where the twist is that radical, fantastical adventure was actually all a dream or drug-induced hallucination falls into this category. So does the ending of Game of Thrones, where the big twist was everyone's character arcs ended badly. Bad twist. The twist has no meaningful impact. This is really the biggest one. If the twist has almost no consequences, what was the point? The most important characteristic of a plot twist is right in the name. It has to twist the plot. If it just jiggles it a little, then whatever. I have a favorite good-bad example here that manages to tick every box. So let's circle back to my old favorite punching bag, Age of Ultron. Specifically, the bit where Quicksilver dies. See, Age of Ultron spends basically the whole movie trying to convince us that Hawkeye's gonna die. He gets injured early on, sarcastically announces he's gonna live forever, and we learn he's got a secret family with a loving pregnant wife and 2 adorable kids, and he stares at a picture of them before heading into the final battle. Then, when he runs into danger to rescue a kid and gets attacked by a gunship, Quicksilver zips him behind a car, gets riddled with bullets, says, "You didn't see that coming?" and dies. Couple problems, and by a couple, I mean wow. So, category 1, the twist makes no sense. The movie shows us that Quicksilver is fast as hell. I have no trouble believing he could get Hawkeye to safety. But I do have trouble believing he couldn't also get himself to safety. Like, did he carry Hawkeye most of the way to the car and then push him while he was still in the open? That seems kind of unsafe at those speeds. It makes more sense that he carried him behind the car, but then why was Quicksilver still out in the open to get shot? The movie doesn't convince me that Quicksilver had to die, and in fact gives me reason to believe he's absolutely fast enough to not die in this specific situation. We've seen what bullets look like to him, and it's pretty embarrassing for him to go out like a punk when barely a year earlier, Days of Future Past showcased exactly what a speedster like Quicksilver was capable of. Not a great look. Category 2, the twist isn't as clever as it thinks it is. When your plot twist looks directly into the camera and cheekily says, "You didn't see that coming," please just stop and maybe fire your writers. More importantly, I did see it coming and so did a lot of people. See, when you give us a lot of really obvious death flags on an important character, but then introduce a bunch of disposable
We had Quicksilver, and both standard Marvel comics, and where he's more impactful, X-Men. He didn't need to die, but Red explains.
New characters, it's not hard to assume that you're faking us out. Vision and Wanda are famous for their relationship in the comics, so they were both out of the death running, which just leaves us with Quicksilver, whose arcs are mostly centered on things like Magneto and the X-Men, aka stuff Marvel doesn't have the rights to. Yeah, it wasn't hard to see that one coming. Category 3, the twist is less interesting than not having the twist. I want you to picture, for a moment, a world where Quicksilver existed for the events of Civil War, Infinity War, and Endgame. He'd already started outgrowing his angry, jaded personality and had begun recognizing the Avengers as heroes, seeing them do their absolute damnedest to save Sokovia from a problem he indirectly helped cause. He started off hating Tony, but changed his mind to side with him instead, recognizing that all Tony wanted was to fix the problems he caused. So if Quicksilver survives Age of Ultron, he becomes an Avenger, most likely just as fiercely loyal to them as he was to Ultron, just in time for them to tear themselves apart in Civil War. Say he sides with Tony, seeing the Accords as just another step in Tony's journey away from being the weapons dealer he hated. It puts him in opposition against his sister, the first time they've really fought, and it would be cool to see them fight, even if it probably wouldn't last long. Say he survives the snap in Infinity War, the first time he's separated from his sister. The way they played out Endgame, during those 5 years there were almost no active supers on the planet. Thor was getting drunk and Hulk was getting therapy, but I don't see Quicksilver taking Armageddon lying down. He could be doing his damnedest to keep the peace Flash style, maybe even clashing with Hawkeye's one-man vigilante crusade, a narrative foil situation, each of them responding to the loss of their family in very different ways. Maybe he's doing for Earth what Captain Marvel is doing for the rest of the galaxy, desperately running around keeping things working while the rest of the team searches for a real solution because he's the only one with the powers to do it. Then Wanda comes back after the snap and suddenly there's a 5-year age difference between these twins. Wanda's still mourning Vision, Pietro's just happy she's alive, and my god, the emotional baggage they could unpack there. There is so much potential here, but Age of Ultron wanted a death and Pietro was available, so sucks to be him. Bad twist. Category 4, the twist has no meaningful impact. You guys notice nobody liked Quicksilver? Literally nobody but Wanda, and his death just made her kill Ultron bots slightly faster than she already was. Quicksilver dies, Hawkeye lives, the cast expands by 2 instead of 3, nobody mourns, nobody gets a funeral, nobody cares. Hawkeye grimaces sadly for a couple minutes, and then everyone puts on their dark, serious pants for Civil War, and I'm pretty sure they don't even mention him in Civil War. So, broadly, there are a number of ways to screw up a plot twist.
Before we got decanted, I watched Age of Ultron and Civil War. It doesn't mention. Because, as Ray says, X-Men has the rights. That's why he has to die. Yeah, sucks. I love Quicksilver. He's brilliant. Him clashing with Hawkeye? That would have been fun.
Writers often equate writing a twist with shockbait, but they really aren't the same thing, and in the struggle to surprise the audience, the writer can sometimes just disappoint them instead, which can be surprising, but still not good. Trying to micromanage the audience's reaction to something is never a good idea. All you can do is control the story, not the way they react to it. There's a reason tropes exist. Just because a story element is a known quantity doesn't mean it's not compelling, and just because your audience can see something coming doesn't mean the story isn't still good. Maybe we should all stop freaking out about spoilers so much. Good stories have rewatch value. Good stories are good even if someone summarizes the whole story first. Plus, I always get really happy when my audience can guess where my story's going because it means I'm doing my job right and getting my plot across without confusing anyone. Isn't that the whole point? So yeah. Hey guys! So in case you haven't noticed, it takes me forever to actually make a video. The real time sink is So there's this man on a train, right? And he sees this other guy who's carrying a package, and he asks him what it is, and the guy says, it's a MacGuffin, and he asks, what's a MacGuffin? And the guy says, a MacGuffin is a tool for finding things on the internet that have never been turned into porn, and he says, but there isn't anything on the internet that's never been turned into porn, and the package guy responds, well then I guess there's no MacGuffin. A rough approximation of this joke was used by Alfred Hitchcock in an interview to explain his use of the term MacGuffin, which had been coined by his screenwriter friend Angus MacPhail, the proud owner of my favorite name in history. Hitchcock also described the MacGuffin as the thing that the spies are after but the audience doesn't doesn't care. Basically, a functionally meaningless and interchangeable object that nonetheless drives the plot by being the center of attention and usually the object of a major conflict wherein everyone is trying to get it. Now, while Hitchcock popularized the term and MacPhail coined it, neither of them invented the concept. Some decades earlier, silent film actress Pearl White starred in a number of movies where everyone would be chasing after something, like a roll of film. She starred in so many of these that she started just calling the items in question weenies because they were functionally indistinguishable and it didn't really matter what they were. And long before film was a thing, the Holy Grail was an archetypical MacGuffin for the Arthurian Knights, an object of desire with no discernible function being sought after because everybody wanted it. Now, MacGuffin as a term gets thrown around a little loosely. It's often treated as synonymous with a plot device, which is a mistake. While MacGuffins are a kind of plot device, most plot devices are not MacGuffins. A plot device is anything that exists solely to propel the plot. For example, a Chekhov's gun is a plot device introduced near the beginning of the story and used once near the end of the story, like a gun left on a table, or a giant dam everybody really hopes doesn't explode. It's distinctly not a MacGuffin, which is very specifically an object that drives the plot only by being desired. A defining quality of a MacGuffin is that, on some level, it's pretty interchangeable. Any story that revolves around a MacGuffin could theoretically revolve around any MacGuffin with minimal reshuffling. These spies are trying to steal the data disk with all the undercover agents on it? Well, now they're trying to steal a volatile uranium core for an unstable superweapon, or a very big diamond, or a pretty cool gun, or the Holy Grail. This hero is playing keep away with a priceless artifact, could just as easily be a treasure map, or a stolen artwork, or an adorable baby space gremlin. Just swap out why people want it, and the story functions exactly the same. For instance, the rabbit's foot from Mission Impossible 3 is so interchangeable, we literally never find out what it does. It could literally be a blank disc, and nothing would change about the story. Now, this is not to say that MacGuffins have to be useless to fit the definition. They can have all kinds of theoretical powers and functions, but if those uses never actually factor into the plot, then the object stays a MacGuffin. If Chekhov's gun is never fired, it's not Chekhov's gun. It's just Chekhov's shiny wall decoration. This is, by definition, pretty vague, so let's throw out some examples. Anytime the main characters have a briefcase, and everybody wants the briefcase, but we never see what's in the briefcase, that's a MacGuffin. It's only relevant to the story because everybody wants it. The Maltese Falcon is almost the archetypical MacGuffin, a very sparkly statue that a whole bunch of people really want, and the entire rest of the movie follows the race to get it. Unobtainium from Avatar, remember? That movie that made nearly $3 billion but nobody can quote a single line from? Anyway, Unobtainium is a MacGuffin, and it's actually a very illustrative example of one subtle aspect of the MacGuffin trope. A MacGuffin doesn't need to be useless. However, its use can never actually impact the plot. The humans in Avatar want Unobtainium because it's a room temperature superconductor they want to use to solve their energy crisis, but the conductive properties of Unobtainium literally never matter. It has a theoretical use, but that theoretical use never really becomes practical. Similarly, the Ark of the Covenant from Raiders of the Lost Ark is a MacGuffin. Everybody wants it, but surprise, once the Nazis open it, they melt into strawberry jam. This MacGuffin has a use, instantaneously murdering anyone who opens it. This use even factors into the story, when it melts a bunch of Nazis. But this doesn't stop it from being a MacGuffin, because the Nazis only wanted the shiny box and didn't realize it was a face-melty superweapon. A MacGuffin that kills you instantly when you touch it is still a MacGuffin, just a pretty spicy one. This interchangeability inherent to the MacGuffin trope helps us figure out some things that aren't MacGuffins. For instance, the One Ring is surprisingly not a MacGuffin, because if you swap it out for an Infinity Stone or a sparkly bird statue or the Death Star plans, then you lose the extremely important character arc of how the ring poisons everything it touches and how much it weighs on Frodo and gradually strips all the hope out of his life, leaving him permanently diminished. This is, one could argue, the entire point of the story, and because this trait is specific to the ring, it's not interchangeable, not even for other cursed artifacts. The malevolence of the ring is unique enough that it's vital to its own narrative arc. Let's take a hot minute to talk about the Infinity Stones. These bad boys have all kinds of crazy powers, in theory. In practice, 5-6 of them are basically just video game power-ups that do whatever the movie wants them to do. And as proof, most of you don't remember what they can individually do, which is pretty shameful because their powers are in their names. The Space Stone lets you warp space to teleport, woo, and make really good spaceship engines that give you superpowers when they explode, neat, and also make blue energy Nazi weapons, okay. In Captain America, everybody wants it because energy reasons, nobody uses it, and then it Ark of the Covenant's Red Skull and falls into the ocean. Oops, MacGuffin. The Power Stone, the purple one in case you forgot, is in this weird space where like 5 different groups want it, but only one of them actually wants it for what it can do. Ronan wants a cool power-up so he can blow up a planet, but instead of just doing it, he postures enough that the good guys can handhold their way to a victory. The Power Stone makes everything kinda purple and glowy for a bit, and then it blows up the bad guy, and that's the extent of its use. The Mind Stone lets you do telepathy and stuff, and it also made Quicksilver super fast somehow, and it gave Vision sentience for 23.5 minutes of screen time. The Ether, the Reality Stone, which was the red space juice from Thor 3, the Thor nobody watched, is literally never used. It's stuck in Jane Foster, then it's stuck in Malekith, and it has no appreciable effect on either of them outside of making Malekith maybe kinda stronger. This is the stone that's supposed to be able to warp reality, and it gets no use. total MacGuffin. The exception to the rule is the Time Stone, which features in Doctor Strange as a Chekhov's gun. It lets the user manipulate time, but Strange is warned early on that using it irresponsibly could lead to branches in time or time loops. Spoiler alert, this is how he beats the bad guy and also how he fixes Infinity War. Not a MacGuffin. Actually factors into the plot, and more than that, it's the key to the thematic conflict between Dormammu, who thinks time is gross, and Strange, who's a big fan of the linear progression of time. Nice work, writers. And then last and also least is the Soul Stone, the devastatingly powerful artifact with the ability to single-handedly kill 28% of the franchise's female protagonists. I'm just kidding, I literally have no idea what this thing does because it's never explained. Thanos just needs it to complete the set and do the snapping. The Soul Stone could have been literally anything, because in the story, it was nothing. That's a MacGuffin, baby. In fact, a matched set of MacGuffins like the Infinity Stones is sometimes referred to as plot coupons, otherwise meaningless objects that you can trade in to advance the plot. If somebody needs to collect a set of things that are minimally useful on their own but will do something extremely impressive when they're all brought together, then that's definitely gonna happen because there's nothing else interesting you can do with them. And when I say minimally useful, I'm including things like powers up the bad guy, because honestly, the plot was probably gonna do that on its own anyway. In fact, this is a useful segue into some categorization. See, even though MacGuffins are functionally interchangeable, there is some interesting subdivision within that trope. For instance, the power-up MacGuffin is an object that powers up the holder, makes them stronger, glowier, floatier, maybe a little more evil. This is just a way to make the bad guy an intimidating boss fight when they get their hands on the MacGuffin in the third act. And yeah, for whatever reason, the heroes basically never use this. Maybe it's an evil power-up or something. Now, I think it's important to note that this doesn't apply to magic weapons or magical choosy artifacts. Those things are useful on their own merit and have a function beyond initiating conflict. Power-up MacGuffins basically just enable a villain's third act power-up, which is a fairly standard Diabolus Ex Machina. It's not something special or unique to the MacGuffin, but the bad guy better hope that this isn't actually an insta-kill MacGuffin, the kind of MacGuffin that kills you instantly. This MacGuffin, functionally speaking, has no other use. It's just there to kill whoever messes with it. This also serves a plot-specific role because it kills whoever wins the race to the MacGuffin, usually a bad guy, granting the heroes a humble victory and turning the whole thing into a bit of a Shaggy Dog story where the point is that the ending is unsatisfying. This is a pretty common moral for MacGuffin stories, actually. Since a MacGuffin is by nature meaningless, it's very easy to turn the whole thing into a morality tale about the futility and dangers of greed or whatever. The insta-kill MacGuffin is the logical conclusion of this narrative trope, guaranteeing that whoever finally gets their hand on the MacGuffin will have just enough time to regret their life choices before biting it. On a similar note, but a little less murdery, is the worthless MacGuffin, a MacGuffin that turns out to have been worthless. See, all MacGuffins have some kind of informed value getting the characters to pursue them. Fabulous wealth, ultimate power, whatever. But since, by their nature, MacGuffins can never really be used in the story without losing their MacGuffinness, their value is basically theoretical. We don't actually know if the big honkin' diamond is real, only that all the characters think it is. And sometimes, it turns out they were wrong. The worthless MacGuffin is another Shaggy Dog twist that invalidates the whole story. The glowing briefcase was empty, the data drive was switched for a blank one, the sparkly bird statue was actually a shockingly convincing papier-mâché replica, whatever. This trope plays on the inherent meaninglessness of the MacGuffin by informing the characters of what the audience already knew, that the MacGuffin chase is pointless because the object is completely interchangeable and all that matters is that it's wanted. Clever heroes will often use sleight of hand to hand off a fake MacGuffin copy to the other characters who will pursue it just as ferociously as they chase the real thing because all that matters is that they want it. This variant also covers the real MacGuffin was the friends we made along the way, where the characters are pursuing some neat thing and then it turns out that the thing isn't there, but the journey was really worth it. This is very popular in treasure hunting stories. By far the biggest twist in National Treasure is that they actually found the treasure at the end. But sometimes the MacGuffin's a real thing. For instance, many spy stories focus on tactical MacGuffins, where the MacGuffin in question has some kind of implicit tactical use. Most commonly, it's a component for, or the plans to, some kind of terrible weapon. Obviously, this thing has a theoretical use, namely making a scary weapon happen, but it only sometimes gets that far. This is the kind of thing that can start out as a MacGuffin, but become something more over the course of the story. Like if the weapon actually gets completed at the start of Act 3, and now the heroes have to stop it from going off. Also, sometimes the tactical MacGuffin is something like an antidote or a vaccine to some kind of bioweapon, and the heroes just need to get it from point A to point B so the cool off-screen lab people can use it to fix the plot. These MacGuffins are essentially keys that unlock new parts of the plot. If the bad guys snag the weapon plans, they get used to unlock the part where the bad guys have the scary weapon. If the good guys bring the antidote home, it unlocks the nobody dying horribly ending. These ones toe the line of MacGuffinhood due to their implicit function in the narrative, but they are still very interchangeable and will almost never see any use outside being delivered to whatever base they're supposed to go to. And finally, we have the walking MacGuffin. See, not all MacGuffins are objects. Sometimes they're people. People lacking an agency who mostly get treated like objects. The archetypical fairy tale damsel locked in the tower fits this category, but this is also where you get your standard escort missions escorting thoroughly useless character A through hostile environment B. A lot of the time, this character is a baby or a child, otherwise incapable of taking care of themselves, that the hero has to watch out for. This also applies to characters who secretly contain MacGuffins, were magically transformed from MacGuffins, or are in some way permanently bonded to a MacGuffin. These character archetypes don't actually have to be MacGuffins themselves, but if they're KO'd, abducted, or otherwise stripped of their agency, then they basically end up as MacGuffins anyway. However, just because a character started their their life is a magic crystal statuette given life by arcane sorceries to disguise their precious nature from the world doesn't mean this character has to just sit around and take whatever the world deals them. In order for a character to be a MacGuffin, they really need to be impressively useless. However, there's a lot of drama to be had with a character who has agency but is being treated like a MacGuffin because they're connected to a MacGuffin. Something to play with, maybe. Now, I mentioned that MacGuffins don't actually need to stay MacGuffins for the whole story. It doesn't happen very often, but sometimes MacGuffins transcend their MacGuffin-y nature and become genuinely relevant to the plot. This is very common in any story where the MacGuffin is an egg, and yep, that happens weirdly frequently. The MacGuffin egg will basically be agencyless and interchangeable right up until it hatches and becomes something. Whatever it is, it has more personality than a rock, which is a major step up. It's also pretty common in a story where the MacGuffins form a chain of plot coupons that the characters need to assemble into something bigger. Usually when the MacGuffins are all mashed together, something much more useful comes out, like a giant robot, or a wish-granting dragon, or the unstoppable Exodia. This thing is much less likely to be a MacGuffin, even if it's probably still a plot device. Also, sometimes a MacGuffin will turn out to be a choosy magical artifact that only works in the hands of one special person, and it's completely inert and useless in the hands of anyone else. This'll bounce around as a MacGuffin for a while until the chosen one finds it, and suddenly it's a magical weapon with a lot more impact on the plot. Now, I do want to say, MacGuffins get thrown around as kind of a bad thing, but while they're kind of non-entities, there's nothing actually inherently wrong with them. I mean, there are tons of great stories where the pivotal focus of the narrative is a functionally interchangeable thing that everybody just wants, and that is a great recipe for character drama and action. I mean, it's like the simplest plot in existence. People want thing, but simple isn't bad. It's a stable scaffolding that gives you room to play, and honestly, it's kind of nuts that we can write entire stories that just center on an axis of nothing. You can write incredibly wacky character drama where the motive of every single character is empty. Blank. Insert thing here. For instance, loads of adventure narratives are centered on chasing down MacGuffins. Peak example, the entire Uncharted franchise is basically Nathan Drake chasing after one MacGuffin after another. In the first game, it's the Golden Sarcophagus El Dorado, which turns out to be an insta-kill MacGuffin containing a deadly virus. In the second game, it's the Chintamani Stone, which turns out to be an evil power-up MacGuffin. Then in the third game, it's a brass vessel full of evil genies that poison the water supply. I think I had to check the wiki. But it gets chucked back into the water before it can be used for anything. And then in the fourth game, it's the treasure of infamous pirate Henry Avery, which is miraculously completely uncursed and harmless, but it manages to drive a complex character-driven narrative about the dangers of greed, as this completely mundane treasure drove an entire pirate colony to destruction and threatens the protagonist with the same, and only Nathan Drake is level-headed enough to not let himself be consumed by the same greed. The bad guy is even physically crushed by the gold. It's still a MacGuffin, but it's one that drives some very intense character arcs. Now, MacGuffin-centric storylines do normally fall into one of these categories. The generic baseline everyone wants the thing ones, the we can't let the bad guys get this so we gotta play keep away ones, the we gotta get the MacGuffin from point A to point B, but unfortunately 500,000 dudes just jumped out of the underbrush with designs on our subplots one, and the gotta catch 'em all ones where they're racing to collect all the MacGuffins before anyone else does. These are very simple by necessity, but again, they serve as good frameworks for character-driven plots. When the story is simple, the characters have a little more freedom to be complex. In short, MacGuffins are goofy and often kinda maligned, but honestly, I think they're totally inoffensive story-wise. Baby Yoda's a MacGuffin and you guys all love him. Have a heart. So, yeah. Hey guys! So in case you haven't noticed, it takes me forever to actually make a video. The real This video was sponsored by World Anvil, 100% guaranteed to not do terrible things to supporting characters. I've talked about this before in its own trope talk, but character deaths are a big deal. They're momentous occasions both in story and out, because not only is the character dead, which is obviously a bummer on its own, but it also means the total loss of all future potential for a given character. All their arcs, dynamics, relationships, everything, all lost in exchange for a one-shot gut punch. Now, most authors recognize that this is a hefty loss for their story, so they make damn sure the impact is worth the price. True, non-fake-out main character deaths are often heroic sacrifices, protracted tragedies, or carefully woven resolutions resolutions to their arcs after all the loose ends have been tied up. They're usually given time and narrative weight to reflect this cost. The surviving characters will process their grief, reflect on what the loss means to them, and are often fundamentally changed by the experience, maybe carrying on their legacy, setting off on a lengthy quest for vengeance, or viewing their layered and complex life as a personal inspiration to guide their way forward. This is not that trope. Fridging is the cute shortened form of the full name of this trope, Stuffed in the Fridge, named for a now infamous issue of a Green Lantern comic where Green Lantern Kyle Rayner's girlfriend is murdered by the villain Major Force and stuffed in the fridge for him to find when he gets home. Fridging is the very specific subset of character deaths wherein a character is unceremoniously and brutally killed specifically and solely for the narrative purpose of hurting another, more important character. This motivation can be Watsonian or Doyleist, as in-universe villain motivation or out-of-universe authorial intent. In Watsonian cases, the killer is specifically motivated to kill the Fridgie because it'll hurt the character who cares about them. In Doyleist cases, the killer might have all kinds of personal reasons to want to unceremoniously brutalize this character, but the author's motivation in killing the character is only to make the more important character upset. The only narrative role this death plays in story is hurting a different character, and it's still framed as unceremonious and brisk. Fridging almost always refers to character deaths, but sometimes the character is instead subjected to some kind of horrible torture or fate worse than death with the same overall impact. The character that really matters isn't the one targeted for the horror, but the hero who's reacting to it, and the Fridgie's personal reaction to their awful situation is usually glossed over in favor of how much that focus character suffers by proxy. Because of reasons, fridging disproportionately affects female characters, often barely developed mons or love interests whose only salient character traits are the hero likes them, so when they're brutalized or murdered, often off-screen, their more nuanced male hero fam/love interests can become deeply unhappy about it. In fact, that's a very easy litmus test to help determine if a character death constitutes fridging or not. If it could happen entirely off-screen and have just as much impact on the story, especially if it does happen off-screen, it's probably fridging. Its only narrative impact is how it bums out the more important characters, with no exploration of how it affects the character actually being brutalized or killed. Getting killed off-screen is such a dismissive fuck you to a character. There's no send-off, no admission of tragedy. The character becomes nothing more than a plot device for someone else's angst. Side character or not, nobody deserves that. Now, the off-screen test isn't quite enough to say if a death is fridging or not. See, while fridging is intended solely to upset another character, well-written character deaths almost always upset the other characters too, and since the character themselves is usually too dead to care, most of the lingering ramifications of their death only affect the other characters, typically by upsetting them. So the distinction between a fridging death and a non-fridging death isn't immediately obvious from just this definition. The key difference is a fridging usually makes the other characters upset briefly and shallowly, while a solid character death makes the other characters grieve. Frequently, fridged characters are never spoken of again after the arc they died in is resolved, or even before it's resolved. Try and convince me that Luke Skywalker was still bummed about Uncle Owen and Aunt Beru 10 minutes later. So as a second fridging litmus test, I'd like to propose a corollary of the iconic sexy lamp test, which explores if a story would meaningfully change if a character was replaced with a sexy lamp. This is the property damage test. If a dead character could be replaced by someone's prized Pokemon card collection and their loss would have the same or more emotional impact on the plot, that character was probably fridged. Now, this is kind of a rarity for this show, but fridging is a bad trope. It's not a frequently misused trope or a hard-to-handle trope, it's bad writing. Character deaths are not bad trope-wise, but fridging specifically indicates a lack of respect for the fridged character and their narrative potential. Fridging weighs a character's potential worth to the story and concludes that all their future potential and growth and dynamics in the narrative are worth less than another character feeling kinda bad for a little while. This is reflected both outside of the story and in the story, since this character's killer, be it the character who kills them or the author who makes the call, demonstrably couldn't give a shit about them in their own right, instead choosing to focus entirely on how ending this character's life will make another character upset for an arc or two. Their own life and death isn't as important or deserving of focus as hurting the hero by proxy. This successfully indicates that the killer is a terrible person, but it also reflects a level of dismissiveness from the author. A love interest/beloved character can be killed or deeply hurt in a way that predominantly affects the plot by hurting another character without it feeling like fridging. This is largely a matter of the execution, pun intended. If the death is unceremonious and quick and off-screen, that's a pretty bad sign, since it doesn't really give the character their due. It doesn't highlight the tragedy of their life and potential loss, it just focuses on why and how this will make the main character sad. Every character is the hero of their own story, and if they die just to further someone else's story, it denies that character the basic dignity of being their own person who exists as more than just a prop in someone else's life. It takes their death and the loss of their entire future life and minimizes it down into a short, brief emotional impact on another character. It's
Is it quite so silver? Fridged. Quite interesting. Possibly French? I didn't think he needed to die. Yeah, French. God damn it, Martha.
Dismissive. Now, we're about to enter the spicy take zone because, you know, the MCU is my old favorite punching bag, but personally, this is how I felt about most of the major character permadeaths in Infinity War and Endgame, especially Gamora and Black Widow. Loki and Vision do die fairly quickly and unceremoniously, primarily to hurt the characters invested in them, but they're given narrative weight and some dignity in the process. It feels unfair and tragic in-universe that they couldn't be saved, rather than feeling like bad writing. But Gamora, well, it's actually kind of fascinating. In the 2 movies she'd been in, her entire arc had centered on escaping Thanos and his deeply fucked up abusive parenting situation, healing and growing as a person, and learning to trust and even love her new friends. Her dynamic with Nebula was following that same track, realizing they weren't enemies but victims of the same terrible situation and the same manipulative, tortuous narcissist. Thanos' shadow looms large over Gamora's arc as the root cause of all the pain and suffering in her life, and the thing that scares her most that she's constantly fighting to escape. In Infinity War, Thanos is told by Red Skull that in order to get the Soul Stone, he has to sacrifice something he loves, so he kills Gamora. Like permanently if she's dead. Now that's bad enough. It's worse that it works. Gamora believes that Thanos is incapable of love, and quite frankly, by every indication, she's right. He's a raging narcissist who can't see past his own chins, and this should have been the test of character that screwed him over. And also, like, you must kill your loved ones to get this powerful MacGuffin and become strong is like baby's first obvious secret test of moral character, and it's frankly criminal that killing your loved ones was actually the only way to get the stone. That's just lazy writing. Like, you had the grimdark option and you had the actually interesting option, and you picked grimdark because you thought grimdark was automatically more interesting. That's just disappointing. Anyway, but it'd be bad enough if they just undercut Gamora's whole personal arc by saying that the irredeemably evil overarching supervillain who slaughtered her people and tortured her and Nebula for decades actually truly loved her all along. It crosses the line twice by having him prove that he loved her by murdering her. Gamora's entire arc and place in the narrative is undercut and sacrificed to give Thanos a character trait that makes no sense for him, and to make Star-Lord sad so he acts dumb in the finale. Oh, and to make Thanos sad, which is given more focus and weight than Star-Lord being sad. Because obviously, making the pure evil villain kinda bummed out was worth the cost of one of Marvel's most interesting heroines. Like, I see what they were going for, but it didn't work well, it was a bad idea, and it completely undercut everything Gamora had in the previous movies, which is very disappointing. Meanwhile, Black Widow's death is similar to Gamora's, but is bad for different reasons, because unlike Gamora, who had too much character weight and potential to warrant her unceremonious death, Black Widow was completely underutilized by every other movie she's been in with the arguable exception of Winter Soldier. We had this franchise for a decade, and we never got an arc for Widow that was deeper than she's hot or she's boning the Hulk. This made her narratively disposable, but you can tell that the writers realized she was too disposable for it to be impactful, because for the first half of Endgame, they speedrun the whole characterization process by suddenly giving her some character focus, a dynamic with the other heroes, and an alleged personal arc about treasuring the Avengers as a found family all along. It was an attempt to make up for lost time so we'd be sold on her heroic sacrifice, but it was clearly token. The fact that the movie completely stopped acknowledging her death 5 minutes after they got back is really just kind of indicative of how little she actually mattered. Tony's heroic sacrifice got every hero in the MCU paying their respects, a protracted funeral scene, and an entire movie about how hard it is for the MCU to move on without him. Tasha got a bench in a lake and a solo movie a year and a half after she died. If we were supposed to believe she really mattered, the story should have acted like it. And it should have acted like it for longer than just like the hour-long wind-up to her dying to advance the plot for stupid, contrived reasons. Was she just getting too expensive? Is that what the problem was? I mean, come on, guys. And it's kind of telling that the MCU has rolled back or undercut all 4 of those deaths in one way or another. Loki and Gamora have time-displaced versions with 0 character development running around to replace their more interesting dead versions. Vision got an actual proper send-off in WandaVision, and Wanda got to actually grieve, plus he's got his own not quite the same copy running around now for future appearances. And of course, Black Widow is finally getting that solo movie we were promised, which is a damn hard sell at this point now that she's already dead and thus frankly irrelevant. If the deaths had been properly impactful and narratively worth the cost, none of this rollback would have been necessary. Now, in fairness, the fact of the matter is that characters are not real people. Characters are parts of a story and they exist to further a narrative, and some of them really are just props in other characters' lives. And that's not a morally bad thing. But the story probably shouldn't make you think that. Sure, we, the audience, may be able to guess that the hero's small, peaceful town and stern but fair father figure just exists to get torched by the Dark Lord in episode 1 to set up the inciting incident and set them on the hero's journey, but the hero doesn't know that, and that's what's supposed to be important about this. To the hero, that's their whole world. Torching that town and icing that father figure off screen just tells the audience that the hero might theoretically care, but we don't have to, and the story won't really convince you that the hero does care. It disconnects us from someone we're supposed to be relating to, and it undercuts the emotional impact of the death when the emotional impact of the death is the only thing this trope has. Now, if the father figure had been with us for, say, 2 seasons or the first act or 2 of a movie, serving as a mentor figure for instance, we would expect him to die with some fanfare, and we'd be weirded out and upset if he didn't. A heroic sacrifice, a dying monologue, an admission that the hero made him a better man and so very proud, several references to him after he dies so we remember how he affected the hero's journey. If we didn't get that kind of thing, we'd feel cheated. But just because we, the audience, haven't seen the chapter 1 dead dad for very long, the author feels comfortable just torching the place off screen after a single expository line of dialogue and then expects us to feel for the hero when the story hasn't made this death feel meaningful. In this structure, the amount of weight a character death is given is not proportionate to how important the character is, it's proportional to how much screen time the character was given, which has nothing to do with how the characters should be reacting to this loss. Fridging is a very disliked trope for several reasons. For one thing, you'll be hard-pressed to find a heroic death trope that people like. Heroic sacrifices are basically the only one that's even halfway appreciated, since for the most part, killing a character is gonna feel bad. But more importantly, fridging lacks the counterbalancing qualities that can make a character death feel satisfying or earned. A hero might die gallantly defending their loved ones, which is heartwarmingly heroic with an element of free will and choice, or fully at peace with their fate, making their death a natural conclusion to their arc, or with some other caveat that makes the audience believe that their death works to end their personal arc. And if their death is tragic and unfair, it'll often be tortuously prolonged to really drive home to the audience that, yeah, sorry, it's not a fluke or a fake out, the character isn't making it through this one. For a classic Fullmetal Alchemist example, spoiler alert, Maze Hughes, professional funny man and sweetheart, is unexpectedly killed fairly early in the series because he figured out the overarching plot way too early, so the villains needed him out of the way. His death serves as a major motivation for most of the heroes, most notably Roy Mustang, but it's not just a token heroic motivator to get the protagonists in gear. It feels awful. It's tragic, it's unfair, he fights very hard to stop it from happening, his wife and daughter are devastated, and the ramifications are felt all the way up to the finale. This death would not work the same if it happened off screen, and it could not be replaced by a binder of Pokemon cards. It means too much to the story, so it's not fridging. Fridged characters do not get this kind of treatment, and frankly, they're lucky if they get personal arcs at all. They die only to make another, more important character feel sad or mad. It's not a heroic sacrifice, they have no agency in it, they're not at peace with it, and their personal arcs, if they get them, aren't neatly resolved in time for it. Their death or brutalization is cruel and unfair because it's designed to feel cruel and unfair to the character they're supposed to hurt or motivate, but as a result, it undercuts the only semi-okay parts of character deaths and just makes the experience relentlessly unpleasant and catharsis-free for the audience. Now, this is not a mistake. This is an intentional part of the trope, because it essentially sets up an unstable narrative situation the protagonist must now work to stabilize and resolve, usually.
Yeah, fridging isn't good. I need to think about, let's see, how many different ones. There's probably a lot in Doctor Who. Get back to me.
By hunting down and stopping the killer. This is a motivation that starts an arc, so it's not meant to feel like an arc resolution, which is often the only part of a character death the audience halfway appreciates. But it betrays a fundamental dismissal of the fridged character, which undercuts the very emotional impact they're trying to invoke. As an example, when Alan Moore wrote The Killing Joke, Barbara Gordon, aka Batgirl, is shot, paralyzed, and brutalized by the Joker, entirely to upset Jim Gordon and Batman and kick off one last terrible joke. She's not even killed, but how this traumatic event affects her is entirely glossed over in story. In fact, all she says to Batman afterwards from her hospital bed is how worried she is about what the Joker's gonna do to her dad. It's heroic of her to be concerned, but that's not why her reaction was written that way. Barbara didn't matter to this story. Alan Moore has actually said he kinda regrets treating her that way. He thinks his editor probably should have reined him in instead of responding with, and I am apparently quoting, "Yeah, okay, cripple the bitch." That fundamental dismissiveness on the part of the creator really does drive home that fridging is a fundamentally broken trope. If the author doesn't care about the character enough to give their pain narrative weight, they'll have a very hard time convincing the audience to care when they suffer. The only way the author can make the audience care in this situation is by making this unimportant death hurt another, more important character. But since the author doesn't care about the fridged character, they'll have a hard time writing the more important character's reaction to their fridging. The more important character cares more about the fridged character than the author does, so how is the author supposed to write their grief when they clearly can't even imagine it? It comes across as shallow and hollow because on a very real level it is. A fridging isn't just lacking in resolution, it's usually lacking in real emotional weight. We're lucky if we really know the character who dies, and if we don't, then killing them only affects us by how it affects the characters who care about them, and only if we care about those characters in turn. Killing off a character we're not invested in tells us that character was never going to matter on their own merit, which can disengage the audience from the story as a whole. So opening a story by fridging someone sends a pretty clear message to the audience that most characters don't matter, which speedruns the disengaged audience problem right out of the gate. Fun fact, this is how Supernatural begins. I tried watching it way back when and lost interest after the first season or so, but I remember the pilot because it's burned into my brain. Even at the time, I could kind of tell the writing wasn't working. First scene, we meet our protagonists as young children in an idyllic home with their father and mother. Smash cut to the night, their father wakes up to see his wife stuck to the ceiling with a horrified expression. Then she explodes and the house burns down. Smash cut to the main plot, it's a couple decades later, brother 1 is in college and has a girlfriend, brother 2 shows up and tries to give him a call to adventure to make the actual plot happen. Brother 1 is reluctant because he's got so much going on for him in his personal life right now. Then brother 1's girlfriend gets stuck to the ceiling and explodes, so it's time for a road trip. The first time it happened, it was kinda spooky. The second time it happened, I actually laughed. I looked this up to make sure I was remembering the details right, and apparently in the plot, both of these women were killed specifically because the bad guy had plans for the protagonist, and in the case of the girlfriend, he's the one who introduced them in the first place, specifically so he could manipulate the protagonist by killing her. That's just, I mean, God, that's so funny. That's the pilot. No wonder death is meaningless in this show. So, fridging tries to have things both ways. It gives us a character who clearly doesn't matter on their own, and then kills them in a way that highlights that they didn't matter to the story by their own merit, but then tries to tell us that their death really, really mattered to the character we're supposed to sympathize with. It's like the worst kind of damsel in distress, a character in trouble whose only trait we're given to care about is that they're in trouble. It's almost the epitome of tell don't show. If we don't care about the character and they die quickly and unceremoniously, we never have a reason to care. If we do care about the character and they die quickly and unceremoniously, and all we focus on is how bad that makes someone else feel, it feels like a bad use of their potential, and it makes us aware of the hand of the author, which is never a good thing. Now, some authors recognize this without really recognizing the problem, and will try to play it one of two ways. In one school of thought, the soon-to-be fridged character will suddenly be given an unprecedented amount of on-screen focus and a handful of purposefully heartwarming or cute character traits to quickly get the audience invested in this hitherto non-character so it feels halfway momentous when they die. I like to call this the Whedon school of fridging, or the Coulson effect. This is the author's attempt to speedrun the getting the audience invested process without having to actually make the character stand on their own, or, like, matter. And on the flip side, sometimes a fridged character will give some kind of token justification for why their death is okay actually, usually along the lines of, I'm at peace now, or I already have everything I wanted, or the real treasure was our friendship, or something. This is an attempt to kludge together a satisfying character resolution so it doesn't feel completely unceremonious, but it suffers from the fact that the fridged character definitely didn't have an arc leading up to it. It doesn't fully counterbalance the disengaging gut punch of an unceremonious character death because it feels token and disconnected. If the character's arc was really resolved, we probably shouldn't need to hear them say it out loud seconds before they die. It's like how we shouldn't need to hear the characters say I love you to know they're in love, you know? I love you shouldn't be a surprise to the audience, and neither should I'm totes cool with death now. Both just end up feeling like a way to compensate for inadequate writing last minute. You may recall, Black Widow's death in Endgame did both of these things, and it was bad because neither of these writing tricks make up for wasted character potential. Avoiding fridging is a matter of giving the character their narrative due. It's about treating them like they really are the hero of their own story, and writing their death or brutalization as if that's where the story actually ends. How much more impactful would a fridging be if the story actually acted like an important story was ending with their death? And how many riots would there be if an actually important main character was iced as unceremoniously as these fridging victims are? If Captain America had gone over that cliff with a token little half smile and an I'm at peace now, there would have been fucking riots in the streets, and you know it. I guess this is just another trope that boils down to it's better to write
Got a point. but they were never, ever going to do that. Capture important. Tony should win over the cliff. But I don't like him. Most of the issues were created by Tony actions. And the way he treated Peter Parker. Don't get me started.
Actual characters with agency and personal goals instead of people-shaped plot devices. It's funny how often that happens. So, yeah, and thanks again to World Anvil for sponsoring this video. As you may know, World Anvil is...
I think I need a nap. My mum is coming at 11, so in about 7 hours. So, a quick nap, shower, and get rest. Thanks everyone. Let's see who we can read.
As a threat, but as I'm sure you guys all know, those words were the words used by the alleged shooter of the United Healthcare CEO. He wrote those words allegedly on the bullet casings. So the police went to Boston's home. They interviewed her. She admitted to making a threat. Boston apologized. She said she doesn't own a gun. She isn't a danger to anyone. But she told the police, quote, "Healthcare companies played games and deserved karma from the world because they are evil." I mean, show me the lie, right? So anyway, Boston has been arrested. She's been charged with issuing threats of to conduct a mass shooting or act of terrorism. Not sure how they're going to make that stick because she didn't specifically say that she was going to harm anyone. That is necessary when you're arresting someone for threats, that it has to be very specific. You have to say, I am going to do XYZ to you, or you know, something very similar. And it's clear a large number of Americans agree with her. There were wanted posters that started showing up in New York City. So they show the faces of names of Wall Street and health insurance company executives. And these posters said, quote, healthcare CEOs should not feel safe. And signs are also popping up around the country showing how disgusted people are with this greedy, callous system that we have, the behavior of our corporate oligarchs.